completely botched the 2024 election, has a total meltdown after Jay Googer called him out, says he's smart because he wrote 13 books. What a narcissist. I try to, commenters can tell me if I'm wrong, but I think I try to get along with people or with guests we have. I don't think I lose my cool on the show too often, although it does happen.
It's happened on occasion.
It's happened on occasion, and I try to find value in things people are saying, even though I don't agree with them. I despise Allan Lichtman. I think he is I don't even want to say what I think about him. I think he is I think he's no better than a fortune teller, and his keys are ludicrous, which is why everyone hates him from left to right. It's not just conservatives going at...
Literally, the scholar of Nostradamus, John Hoke, is more accurate than the poli-sci economist's regression model. All right? Plus, you learn a little bit about history. And John Hoke has written more than 50 books. But it doesn't matter. The idea is to get a feel for what people think was going on. Something big happened in the election. There was an inflection point. And what John was saying, and he says it much more articulately than I do, is that the United States' future is tied to the rotation of Pluto. That the rotation of Pluto, the 248 years, just completed. And we're going into a new age. The United States had an amazing 248 years. Now the question is, are we in a decline, or are we going to be on the ascent? And I think that if we root out the corruption and allow the will of the people, and to let the idea of the invisible hand of economies, of economics happen, then there's going to be a very bright future. I think America will have a very bright future. There will be bumpy roads, just like there were bumpy roads for the last 248 years. But the concept that the United States is tied to the rotation of Pluto to the sun, and we were going through a rebirth, is something that was way above the head of Allan Lichtman, Allan Lichtman. Because they try to do a regression model to understand the world. How many variables are there? Let's do a regression on all those variables and see if we can, model the world. And the reality of the situation is that the world is chaotic, and it's going to be hard to model. And you're not going to be always right. And most of the time, you have to be parsimonious with your models. So it's manageable. So it's not fully explaining the world. So you got to look at other modalities. That's someone with wisdom looking at it. And it's obvious that Allan Lichtman isn't wise at all. I have before I continue, for the ones that are listening on the dashboard version or the larger screen version of just me, if you want, you can do a call-in on X. I've created a Spaces. It's called Telemetry Ep30 live call-in, and you can listen or raise your hand and ask questions. Give me your opinion on what you think is going on with the economy, or with what's going on in the political arena in the United States, maybe in another country. I have quite a few people that are from Europe. Maybe you can give me a little bit of your perspective on what's going on in Europe, and especially in the UK, or other topics of discussion. So this is supposed to be interactive, So I'll continue on with the Yerger and Lichtman food fight.
After him, no one respects him because he's like, oh, I have this magic formula to figure out who wins the election, but oh, it was wrong twice of the last 8 times. Again, we don't have that many elections. there's no magic to guessing that Barack Obama was going to beat John McCain and Mitt Romney.
Right.
So at some point, like
it's called backward testing. You take a model that you have trained, you know, it's a regression model what he's doing, all right? And you can back test it. You can go and say, all right, let's go back to, you know, some older data points that the training set isn't training the regression model and see if it predicts it correctly.
what are we impressed by here?
Yeah, we were probably both correct in the predictions of a lot of those elections ourselves. So look, I have to declare a mild journalistic interest, which is that I have spoken to Professor Lichtman for various stories. He's always been very nice and civil and helpful to me. When I contact him for stories, it is primarily in his role as a historian, and he can be very interested in the sweep of history and all of that. He might be watching this and be upset with me. I'm not a fan of his 13 keys system. And the reason I'm not a fan is firstly, he conducted it, as I understand it, or deduced it from looking at past elections. So you're going from a situation where you know the result and then you create a theory that explains it, and then you say, well, that will predict future elections. In the 13 keys, one...
Yeah, I'll take your call in right after playing this video here. It has another about 5 minutes to go.
Major issues that I have with it is that they are not really objective measures. There are a number of them where it is a subjective judgment by Allan Lichtman, presumably, as to whether certain conditions have been met. I also just fundamentally don't think it correctly understands how politics works. That, in other words, there are these universal rules that you can apply, boiled down to 13 principles. I think originally there were only 12 keys, and he added another one at a subsequent date, and then say, well, this is some fail-safe method for predicting.
That's interesting he says that, because in quant finance, when we're trying to build models to try to model price movement on particular equities or commodities or whatever, and you're building up these models, sometimes your hedging strategy starts to break apart. So you have to add a couple more variables to be able to strengthen the model to try to capture some of that chaotic activity. Eventually the model starts breaking apart. So it's not very accurate at the very beginning. You add some more variables, it becomes a little bit more accurate as you're training, and then something new happens and the model breaks, right? And then, you know, these quants try to add additional model. That's what he did, is he added an additional key because the model was breaking. Because the model doesn't work. And so what happens is this quants, you know, convince a hedge fund, well, you know, we'll just add some more variables, and then they just, in the front office gets more money from the investors to, you know, feed the fund, and, you know, they continue on trading until it breaks again, and they add another variable. But eventually you just have to just throw away the model and rebuild it, because these movements are, you can only model these chaotic movements in a very smaller time frame. You can't capture the whole thing because there's too many things that go on, too many black swans, and too many, you know, out of the sky kind of events, out of the blue sky kind of events. So the models break apart.
To the god Baphomet, who bestowed upon him an additional key, and he came down from the mountaintop with another stone tablet written, and then he said, oh, the great wisdom from on high. Like, I'm looking at these keys now, and then these are not, like, clear in, like, oh, that key is applying here, or it's not. Like, the key 4 is there's no significant third party or independent campaign. Would we say that about this most recent election? I don't know. It's ambiguous. There was a significant one in RFK Jr., but he endorsed Trump by the very end and tried to pull himself off the ballot. So I don't know whether to say that's a key in the incumbent's favor or not.
If you have them in front of you, isn't there one that's something about whether there is a meaningful scandal for the incumbent or something along those lines?
You know, the problem with Lichtman is that he didn't understand that everything about Trump is chaotic. Everything. Everything. So what do you think? Why do you think you can model that? You can't model chaos. He'll always break apart. You may be able to be lucky and predict something in a very short amount of time or whatever, but Trump is so chaotic, don't even try to model him.
All entirely, yes, the incumbent administration is untainted by major scandal.
What's a major scandal? What's a minor scandal?
Right, is the Biden age thing a major
Yeah.
scandal? I would say that it is, but I don't, this is not defined here. There is no sustained social unrest during the term. Well, again, this is entirely subjective. There's, the incumbent party candidate is a charismatic or national hero. The incumbent administration achieves a major success in foreign or military affairs. We disagree
Right.
as a country, as a politically divided populace about whether X, Y, Z things that occur are successes or failures
Right.
for the administration. Over the course of the Biden administration, vis-a-vis Biden's support for Ukraine, the U.S. prevented Ukraine from being entirely defeated or conquered by Russia. Many people would count that as a military or foreign policy success. Many other people say, well, we didn't defeat Russia, and this is a waste of our money, and it's not an important military foreign policy objective to stop this from happening. So there's just disagreement about whether that counts. So the keys can't tell you anything. They're totally subjective.
And those things that you've cited are, generally speaking, pertaining to policy and the judgment of policy. And when it gets down to whether a candidate is charismatic or not, I think Barack Obama is very charismatic. A lot of Republicans think he's terrible.
Yeah.
A lot of people who support the current president-elect think he's very charismatic. I don't really see that myself, but I mean, if that's what floats your boat, good for you.
Right, and the
reason why
underlying
Alan
here-
Lichtman is so worried about this is what created his notoriety, so he can get, on CNN. Well, if if his model blew up and he lost his keys, maybe he doesn't get on CNN anymore. It's kind of like rocket science, all right, in a way. You're trying to be able to design a rocket to go up into space, but for some reason it keeps on blowing up. And you're trying to figure it out, right? And it's very simple. It's successful if it gets into outer space. It's a failure if it blows up, all right? Really simple. Well, if Alan Lichtman was a rocket scientist, what he would be doing is he would be saying, you know what? I had this model of how this rocket should go, and it blew up, so it must have been because of birds flapping in China. So let's blame the birds and not the model.
Has had many battles with Nate Silver. He thinks he's very disdainful of pollsters. He talks down to pollsters. He says his method is scientific, and pollsters don't know anything about political science or history, so they're wrong. Pollsters have gotten things wrong for a variety of reasons, but polling is more scientific.
Polling is based on sampling and statistical inference. That's very scientific. The problem comes in is how are they getting the data? Is there some sort of sample bias that's taking place, which I think is happening, and that there is some sort of sample bias that seems to be biased to the Democratic Party, and maybe that's why the Democratic Party seemed to be polling better than what the vote actually seemed to say. But there's a lot of statistics that go into polling. But I do think that there's probably sample bias that's going on. But this subjective key regression model that he built, I think it was better to just call John Hogue and say, hey, what do you think? And guess what? That's what I did. And he was right. Amazing. All right. I'm gonna take a call in here from someone on X. Hopefully it turns out okay. But before I do that, please go to my store, help support my work, all right? I put a lot of effort in this to try to inform you and also to try to, give a little bit of comic relief, because we do need some comic relief in this world. Please go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com. The links are in the description of this video and all my videos. And get the structural neon silver soaps. I have 4 different varieties. I have it in peppermint, I have it in lemongrass, charcoal tea tree, and also oatmeal spice. They're very high quality structural nano silver soaps, way better than some of the other stuff that you can, that you get at the store that has a bunch of chemicals and stuff in it. Go to my store, help support my work, help support your health by getting a couple bars for your household. They're very high quality. So please, go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com, and get the structural nano silver soaps and help support my work, and we can build something here and hopefully save the planet. With that, I'm gonna bring on someone that wants to talk here, so hopefully this works. Hello?
Hi, Paul.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yeah, everything's coming across good. I changed my name on X, but I talked to you the day of the election, or when they were
I remember you. I remember.
Yeah. Excellent. So I have a topic. First of all, just a comment on the Alan Lichtman thing. I mean, that's hilarious. I mean, I don't know if you saw. So there's like a series of videos. So there's the Lichtman sort of back and forth with Cenk on Piers.
Right.
But previous to that, if you go to Young Turks, like on YouTube, there's sort of a kind of a screaming back and forth or something with Lichtman, like before the election, you know? And so that's the background to that video.
Okay.
It's a pretty good video. But anyway, yeah, you know, the problem with Lichtman is, you know, he hates Trump, you know? He's very rabidly, you know, he's not some kind of unbiased, you know, person in this. And so, you know, he like makes up misogyny and racism, and it's like, what the heck is this guy even talking about?
Right.
You know?
No, what I'm noticing with a lot of commentators and even social scientists, professors, they always seem to show kind of very thinly veiled axe to grind with Trump for some reason. They're not being you know, scientific. They're being they have a bias. I noticed it with Tom Nicholas, and you know, he's just really anti-Trump, big time. You know, trying to make it sound like, you know, he's gonna turn into some sort of dictator and George Washington's rolling in his grave and all this stuff, and it's just, you know, we have a balance of powers. We have branches of government that prevents these kind of dictatorial, you know, things from happening. You know, so I just don't think that they're fully being honest to really on how our political system works, and they just hate Trump. They have this Trump derangement syndrome, this TDS. But it's common. I mean, you see it with Lichtman. You have it. Nicholas has it. I was on a Zoom call with what's his name, the guy that did the biography for Elon.
I know what you're talking about. Yeah.
He's from Louisiana. He also did one. He also did the biography for Steve Jobs.
Yeah.
So he's anti-Trump, and he was interviewing Professor Michael Sandel over at Harvard, and he was anti-Trump, but Sandel was like, you know, he was going like, well, wait a minute, something's happening in America, and maybe we're wrong, and maybe we need to like reevaluate our bias. You know, maybe there's something wrong with the way we're thinking. You know, meaning them during the conversation. And you know, so you do have some people within academia that are maybe looking inward and seeing, well, maybe the will of the people, you know, and the wisdom of the collective is saying something that they're missing. But many of them, they have cognitive dissonance.
Yeah, absolutely. In fact, like Cenk, I mean, I think he used to be on the right, and he's on the left now. But he actually, that video with him with Lichtman months before the election was, Lichtman was saying Biden was going to win, okay? And Cenk was like, I think he was saying like Biden is mentally, he's not there. So what if Biden, his question to Lichtman was, what if Biden every day, like, I think it was like slapped a baby every day or something. And so Lichtman was like, no, he'd still win. In other words, but the other thing about Lichtman was he said, that basically like X is propaganda, and so if there was no X, then Trump, then is this ridiculous?
And the thing is, when it was Twitter, it was heavily biased to the Democratic Party, but it was okay for that to happen and to silence conservatives, especially what was going on during the crisis in 2020. It was really important to silence people when it was Twitter. But when Elon decides to buy it, then it must be a right-wing conspiracy. This is the problem that people are having with just academia in general. It's just the professors are just so to the left that they're not willing to really, have kind of like a true synthesis. Of knowledge. They don't have a thesis, and they don't want to look at the antithesis of it, and they don't want to synthesize the difference. But a scholar that's what they're supposed to do. They're supposed to be like a referee in baseball, just call the balls and strikes and not have an opinion on which team should win, right? But unfortunately, what's happening with these professors is they get notoriety by having an opinion. They get to sell books when they have an opinion. It's not about truth, it's about op-ed. Everything's turning op-ed now. Like, if you think about, maybe you're a little bit too young to appreciate this, but back in the old, the olden days of news, right? The Walter Cronkite kind of era, and then right after was where Peter Jennings, Tom Brokaw, and who was the other one that it escapes me right now, his name. But you had these broadcasters that tried to just provide the news, but over time what was happening is that they became more and more opinionated. So news should be really factual, not op-ed. But to drive the advertisers, to drive the eyeballs, you need everything to turn op-ed. So now it's a free-for-all on CNN. Even Bloomberg is opinionated now. It used to not be. If you watched Bloomberg in the 80s, or if you watched Bloomberg in the 90s, it wasn't as opinionated as it is now. Like Bloomberg TV. CNN, even in the olden days, didn't have that op-ed opinioned free-for-all that it is on now. I think they just hired too many lawyers, and they all they do is argue at the table, unfortunately. But this is the problem. Is that you have academia that's putting in their 2 cents, their opinion, and it's not based on fact. And you also have the news isn't really broadcasting the news anymore. They're just broadcasting opinions.
Yeah, I mean, and it's like, okay, Lichtman said he wrote 13 books, and he has this model, and so clearly he's, my estimation, I haven't looked at any of it, and you're more sort of academically trained, especially in statistics and stuff than I am, but he, so I assume that his work has some value to it. But the problem is when he gets on all over the news after the election and says the reason why Trump won was because of he just literally lists the talking points: misinformation, misogyny, racism. This is why he won, and that's why the keys broke. It's like he's gone from, let's just say, academic sort of pursuit to literally like his brain, is shut off, and now it's just emotions.
I would take it even one step further. I think that the sample bias in polling made it seem as though it was a closer election than it really was. And if the voter turnout revealed itself to be close, then it would be easier to, in certain counties, to flip votes.
Right.
But because it was such a blowout, it was hard to do that. Now, I was really worried during that night. I mean, when I turned off my broadcast, I was really worried that something funny was going to happen, and that Trump wasn't going to win. So I didn't want to count the chickens until they hatched. But I was glad to see, the announcement, I think it was AP announced it like at 2:00 in the morning, New York time, that Trump looked like he was going to win. So that was great. So, but, I was worried. But, but getting back to Lichtman, or Lichtman, because he's a professor and he's scientifically trying to prove that she would have won, it would have been plausible it'd be plausible to do the flip. See, the polls were close. He seemed to be right.
Yes, yeah.
And if the voter rolls were close, and it was in Trump's favor, maybe some improper things would have been happening,
exactly.
in these machines. But it was such a blowout, they couldn't do it. It was, and a lot of people, said that this needs to be a blowout, or he's going to lose. So, yeah, go ahead.
Did you see that? Just did you see that pollster from Iowa? With the crazy poll. Isn't it funny that she, had like Trump losing by 5 points or something in Iowa, and then Trump won by like 10 or 13, and guess what? She retires right after the election. And it's kind of interesting how, because if you wanted to, let's just say, if you wanted to create what you're talking about, what you do is you have a guy like Lichtman get on, you have all these polls say it's even, and then you have her come out right before the election, pay her $100,000 or whatever, and then have her come out and say that, oh, look at Iowa, Trump is even losing Iowa. And then, so it kind of fit in right at perfect timing. And it's very odd, she retires right after the poll comes out. It's like, because now she can't be she doesn't need to be relied upon for accuracy because she's retired. It's interesting.
No, I think I think that there was there's some sort of built-in bias to the sampling, but I think there was also an additional built-in bias to be against Trump. I think if Trump wasn't running, these polls, everything's above board. I just think the way they sample seems to sample a little bit more Democrat leaning in the country than, let's say, what's really going on in flyover. And it may be because of population densities where they're doing the polling and stuff like that. But I think there was an additional bias of just anti-Trump. And they wanted to give the perception that she was doing better. I mean, think about this. I mean, let's just sit down and just look at this from a commonsensical point of view. She had about 107 days to run her campaign. She spent over $1 billion in 107 days. Now, and she's 20 million in debt on top of it. All right. So we were going to give her the keys to the family car, aka the United States economy. That's over 20 trillion, right? And a budget in the trillions. And we're going to assume that she's going to run it with fiscal responsibility. If she had 4 years, think about how much damage she could cause if she literally spent like a drunken sailor for 107 days. Literally a drunken sailor. But I'm so glad that she didn't get in. My worry is that you have the deep state, somehow, some way, slow walking Trump's policies. I think it's going to be a huge free for all when ICE goes into these sanctuary cities like New York and starts rooting out some of the illegal immigrants that are coming in that are especially part of these gangs. It's a real thing that's going on in New York. So so you got ICE that's going to come in. The NYPD isn't going to help. It's going to be all over the news and how Trump's administration is tearing apart families and blah blah blah. But their first wave is going to be trying to get the criminals, right?
Absolutely.
Right. So it's going to be interesting how that's played out in the news, because they're going to spin it as try to demonize Trump, but what Trump's really doing is trying to make the city safer, because it is a big problem in these cities. and you know, and I'm also concerned about, you know, what happens with maybe Congress or his administration slow walking, restructuring the Department of Education. I mean, the Department of Education has failed America big time, you know, and there needs to be accountability. Now, what they need to do to fix it, I'm not sure. I don't know if you just put it to the state level, or you know, you just totally abolish the Department of Education. Do you restructure it at the federal level? I'm not sure.
And let's talk about what I talked about a little bit on election night. And let's talk about like an extreme possibility that might happen. Two things that might happen. Because if you think from at least for me, from a China perspective, it was perfect for them to, I don't know if they did this, but let's just say maybe they put the virus out just to get rid of Trump so he wouldn't win the next election. It was like very convenient because, you know, he was, I think his next administration, he was going to, in other words, 2020, he was going to like really amp up those tariffs.
I think we have to be careful on censorship. So just, you know, we have to talk in codes here. But I think that there was a pathogen that was released on purpose to do two things. And one was to weaken Xi's regime, weaken the CCP. The other was to weaken the Trump administration with the destruction of the economy in the United States, to make people not vote Republican and vote for whoever was going to be on the ticket, and at that time it was going to be Biden. So I think it was you know, a stone that killed two birds, you know, or tried to kill two birds.
Yeah.
You know, that's my take on it, but I don't want to go too far into that because of the censorship. Because of the censorship.
Yeah. My bad. I forgot you're on YouTube because sometimes you aren't.
No. I just received another strike. You know, I was talking about monkeys and certain types of pathogens in California, and you know, and it gave me the strike. So.
Well, I hope. Yeah. Sorry.
No, go ahead. No.
I hope what I said didn't go too far.
I think we're all right. Okay. But let's just stay away from anything.
Yeah. Well, that was it with that. We could talk about wasn't it convenient? Because there's something I actually want to talk to you about, but actually we're walking a timeline here too. Wasn't it convenient that shooting of the guy in Pennsylvania, you know, where Trump was almost killed?
Yeah, Butler, Pennsylvania.
Yeah. Wasn't it convenient? It was like right before he announced right before he announced his VP. And it was right before, what was it? It was right before he was the convention. So it was like if you could knock him out before the convention, then his VP wouldn't even become a factor. Because then, so let's say you knock Trump out, and then by knocking him out, you knock his VP out too. So then you kind of go to an open convention, which was like
I think the next person in line, assuming he was killed on that day, and I'm glad he wasn't. But exactly. but let's just assume he was. Then I think the establishment would have been pointing to Nikki Haley.
Yeah, exactly. Or like Rubio or whatever, Nikki Haley, but you know, if you actually look, I literally think it was an accident that he wasn't hit, because I mean, Trump always talks about it with his head turning, but if you look, so they say that shot is very easy to make. I'm not a rifle shooter, so I don't know, but literally, I think the guy took the shot. Trump's head he was planning for Trump's head to be facing forward. So when he took the shot, and it just by accident, you know, Trump turned. But had that not been the case, I heard there were some weird things that happened that day. One thing was this guy had his camera on really, fast shutter speed or really slow shutter speed, and also that CNN was live streaming. In other words, it was weird that it was like, now I haven't looked into this to confirm, but this is what people are saying, that like there were some odd things about, imagine if his head had exploded, it would be like a JFK sort of hit, you know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
And his head would have exploded. It would have had this shutter speed where you would have seen it like exploding like a slow moving, like a slow balloon. Yeah. Anyway, but to move on. So okay, today. So now to move on and think about what the next 4 years. So in our conversation.
Before you go there,
yeah,
I just want to dovetail into what you were saying.
Absolutely.
Let's assume that he was hit and killed.
Yeah.
Now the angle of the actual rifle to the head, assuming that he was looking straight, was not perpendicular. It was a little bit on an angle. And that was the reason why if he moved a little bit, that it would graze his ear. All right?
Mm.
So on his left side, if he didn't move and he was looking straight, it would have taken his, it wouldn't have been his left, it would have been his right side. It would have taken out the back part of his occipital lobe.
Yeah.
All right? It wouldn't been from the side. It would have been on an angle. It would have been on an angle and blow out the back of his, and what's in it, and that's on the right, that would be on his right side. JFK's head was hit on the right side also. I thought that's interesting. Yeah, that's weird. But it seemed as though it would have been a perfect way to bring in Nikki Haley and to create this stir of we need more gun control.
Exactly.
And, this might have been some sort of foreign actor, maybe
Iran,
maybe Russia, and then start a whole new set of, emergency powers for the state to do surveillance, domestically to find lone wolves, and all this stuff. So, thankfully he wasn't hit, but I do think that there was some sort of orchestration there. Now, he was lucky, and some people would, say it's luck. Some people would say God intervention. There's even a meme out there where Abe, Japanese Abe, have you seen it? Where he goes to Trump and he goes, "Trump, move your head."
Yeah.
And and he keeps saying, "Why? Just move your head." And then he goes, "Well, I see you again." And he goes, "I have things to do." So Abe, ends up to be a superhero, and he, deflects the bullet. But maybe it was Abe that did it. Maybe it was God. Maybe it was just luck. I don't know. I'm glad it didn't happen because I think the United States would be much different, much different.
Yeah, because the concern is we might have kind of at least started kind of into somewhat of maybe a low level, maybe higher, kind of civil war-ish. And by civil war-ish, I mean, what if people on the right, or even those plants, those groups of 50, 100 Fed types that run around, they're all dressed in the same uniform and they march.
It's not that. You just look at you can tell who a Fed is. They're in these kind of embedded militia types. They wear the same watch. They look like they're doing the same calisthenics, so they have they're beefed up in the upper torso. They have they wear the same glasses. They have the same haircut, tight on the sides, got that military look, right? It's so obvious. It is so obvious that they are U.S. coming from some sort of U.S. agency. There's no doubt about it. That a ragtag militia would not be that coordinated.
And so let's just say whether through that or through actual lone wolf type, Trump support, whatever it is, and somebody does something, and then it's an excuse to really surveil the whole MAGA, and then to crack down on guns. I mean, it would have been horrible. Mm-hmm. But Paul, thinking about the next 4 years, what I'm still thinking about extreme scenarios like COVID, equivalent. What are some of the things that they could do to Trump? One is, so we did talk, or I talked about, the big threat from Afghanistan. There's a big attack plan from Al Qaeda types. And then the other thing is now they're pushing, with Ukraine and the problem also is, it's like kind of a World War III. The other problem is with the wide open border. Are you telling me that all these Chinese, intel agents haven't come in and Iranian intel agents haven't come in? I mean, I don't know. They could be setting Trump up for something really bad.
I think to dovetail into what you're saying, I think there's a setup for another 9/11 taking place.
That's what this book that I finally finished reading. What they're saying is in Afghanistan, Al Qaeda is much bigger now than ever before, and they have those passport making equipment, and so they're having all these new people come in, so their biometrics. And I mentioned some of this, but just in case I didn't go over all the detail. They've got their biometric, so all the terrorists who were cataloged by the U.S. government, their biometrics during the war on terror, they have all these new recruits coming in who aren't on those lists, or don't have the biometrics, and then they're giving them these like new passports, these fake and so they're coming in through, and then they get to the border, and then they throw away their IDs, and then they just claim that they don't have IDs.
They're not just throwing in the border. I was actually on there's a I would have to look up who this is. She's a researcher in this field, and she embedded herself with BBC. But I was on actually a Zoom call. She was promoting her research. All right. And I think she wrote a book. I'd have to look up her name. All right, but she said when she was embedded with the patrol service that's by the border there.
Yeah.
They don't throw away the passports. What they do is they put them in cactuses. They actually stuff them in cactuses. So that the cactuses that are all over the border there. That's where you find them. That's where you find them. They don't just throw them away. They stuff them in the cactuses.
They're trying to hide them.
Yeah. Because they were told if you are undocumented, it's easier to get processed for asylum.
Wow.
So they're documented to get because what's happening is she was trying to explain that there is this is not just Mexico. It's not just South America. These are individuals that are tied to China, tied to Ukraine, tied to Iran, even countries in Africa. There is a network that gets them into South America.
Yeah.
But to get to South America, they have all these fake passports. So they're carrying the fake passport during their caravan all the way up to the Rio Grande. Right?
That makes sense.
Once they cross over with their papers, they hide them. They stuff them in these cactuses. So what the Border Patrol is finding is they collect them. They collect the papers. Now they're trying to they build a database off of what they've collected, and then to see if they do, catch one of these people, they correlate it and see if that one of those documents that they found in the cactus happens to be the person that they picked up. Now, most of the people, they don't pick up everybody, so it's rare to really catch, who is who. But they were told, don't have any papers on you, and it's easier to process. As an undocumented immigrant.
Yeah, sorry. And the scary part is, how about all those people that are trying? I mean, they open the door. So somebody who's not trying to come through the open door, this is scary. This is worrisome because are those terrorists? Are those
I would say that she did throw up some graphs. I'd have to dig in and see if I had a screenshot of the graphs because it was a Zoom call when she was doing her little presentation. But what is surprising is that there are a lot more nefarious actors coming across than would have been expected. I mean, it's tens of thousands. It's not, it's a high number. It's not like just 100. It's a high number that's coming in that's of worrisome character, right? That could cause like a 9/11 kind of situation. So, but the majority are, probably just individuals that are being trafficked, into the United States, unfortunately, and they're just trying to have a better life. The majority of people that are coming over there are not terrorists, but there are tens of thousands of individuals that are coming across the border that we should really worry about. And so, all right, Trump gets in. This is the way I think it's going to play out. Trump gets in. He starts to try to restructure the national security state. All right. He gets a little bit of momentum, and then all of a sudden, boom, something happens, and the whole media is going, see what happens? You restructured the national security state, and they got through, and we, lost track of them. They broke through the net, and it's your fault, Trump.
And forget Doge,
Yeah, and then all of a sudden, Congress does a hearing and starts to print more money for, the Patriot Act Part 2.
Exactly. That's actually, before you said that was pretty much what I was thinking was, like, let Trump get settled in, get lulled in a little bit, hit him, and here's some options of what they can do. Imagine if they did a dirty bomb in a city, or multiple dirty bombs. Now, to get the, nuclear or, radioactive material for a dirty bomb is not hard. Like there's that stuff in smoke detectors, So, just the scare factor, even if it's not that bad, and I don't know the scientific stuff about for how long the city would have to be evacuated and all that, but, then they could also, another thing that they've kind of done and could do is, they shoot, those power stations, so hit a station, like they had one up in like Silicon Valley area where if they actually they cut the cables and they shot up the station, and like I guess they weren't exactly fully successful, but if they were, they would have maybe shut off Silicon Valley from power. So this was a bunch of years ago, but the point is like this is not hard, and so I think, and here's the other thing is like, what if either Iran is involved or they just claim Iran is involved, and then we ramp up into, then Trump will be, quote, forced into a war with Iran, and then there's literally a call up because they don't have enough soldiers, so they do a draft. I mean, this is kind of my thinking of where we're headed.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
No, I just there's a high potentiality of some sort of orchestrated event that takes place to try to slow down the Trump administration and to strengthen the national security state. He wants to restructure the national security state big time, truncate it, reduce the power, investigate the corruption. And these are the people that created 9/11, and they're the ones that could create another one. And he's playing with the hornet's nest. Now, hopefully he, is able to do it. Maybe, if you have a strong enough attorney general, going after the corruption, then this might happen. But the probability of some sort of terrorist thing happening in the United States within the next year, I think is elevated by a lot.
Yeah, and who gains, right? And China gains, Iran gains, Russia gains, and the deep state gains. So, I mean, it's like four or more birds with one stone.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Which goes back to what was going on back in the the late 2019. Trying to create havoc,
exactly.
to get to create some sort of geopolitical and economic hardship. Yeah.
Sorry, Paul. And one thing is, the reason why I wanted to call into you today was I want to offer like a solution. I want to see what you say about this. Now, I mean, he is going up against a very powerful deep state, so I don't know how he or we win, but I want to throw out an idea that I've been thinking about for many years. I'm kind of curious curious what your thoughts are on it, if you're okay with that.
Yeah, go ahead.
Okay, great. So, have you looked at all into Switzerland, their like method of government, their direct democracy, even at the national level? They have this direct democracy.
No, really. I mean, the only thing that I, focused on with Switzerland, when I was, heavily doing currency trading back years ago, back in, I don't know, it was like 2014, 2013, I was trading like 17 different currency pairs, and one of those pairs was the USD Swiss. Yeah. So it trades kind of like, it trades as like a risk indicator. Same thing also with yen, Japanese yen. But I was really more focused post Lehman dynamics of the central bank kind of stuff. But their method of government and all that, I didn't really pay attention to.
So basically, like in a bunch of, like in California, Arizona, other states, they have this, at the state and local level, they have these like ballot initiatives, referendums, and recalls. So you can recall a politician, you can get like something that the voters will decide, you put the question on the ballot. Mm-hmm. I don't know if they had that in Michigan, but if they have that in Michigan, but I don't know that they have that in New York. Have you ever voted in an election where you've had where you could vote not just on a politician, but on a measure, like a ballot measure?
Well, we have propositions.
Yeah, propositions. Okay. So, do you have that in New York? Propositions.
Yeah.
Oh, okay. I didn't realize that. So anyway.
At the state level or even at the city level.
Exactly that. Yeah. And so in Switzerland, they have that exact same thing, but they also have it at the national level. So imagine we had that kind of power at the national level. So for example, in Switzerland, they had a vote on, so they have pretty strict immigration. So I've read through their full constitution. It's like in English, it's maybe 70 pages when I read it, but it's very easy to understand. And it's a balance between the right and the left. So if you look at Switzerland, their immigration is pretty strict, but at the same time, their social net is decent, Now, I wouldn't say it's overboard, but in other words, it's not full right, it's sort of between the two. And I think, for example, they have votes on whether they should keep the military as big as it is, because they have, Switzerland during the Cold War had, I think, 800,000 in reserves of military, one of the biggest militaries in the world, I think, which is hard to imagine because they're so small. But everyone is in the military. In fact, you're required to keep your rifle in your house, which is interesting. But basically, they learned from the United States. The United States, after during the revolution, brought in this sort of system. And then Switzerland learned from the United States and improved it. And we've sort of been bouncing back with Switzerland over the years in terms of us improving on their system, them improving. In the last iteration, we haven't improved yet on what they did. But they created in maybe around 1848 or 1870, they created this thing where they have now there's these propositions at the national level. And so they really keep their government and politicians in check. And so our problem is, I think in the United States, our problem is, so if you look at the Constitution, the article to change the U.S. Constitution is the 5th, Article 5. And basically now there's two ways to change the U.S. Constitution. One way is the way it's always been done. So the second way has never been used. But the way it's always been done is it gets voted on through Congress. I don't know what the number is, I forget. But they vote for a constitutional amendment, I guess the House and the Senate. And then that gets forwarded to the states. And then I guess it's 3/4 of the states have to approve a constitutional amendment. The other way to do it is the states, I think it's 2/3 of the states call for a constitutional convention. And then it's still the same 3/4, I think it is, that vote to ratify. So you'll have a constitutional convention, they'll propose amendments to the Constitution, then those amendments still get voted on by 3/4 of the states and have to approve it. So I guess what I think we should have in this country is it would be really nice if this country was to move to the system that they have in Switzerland. Now, in the way that in the United States, the way that we got our direct democracy at the state and local level, for the most part, was during the progressive era and sort of late 1800s and maybe early 1900s. And so, late 18, so like 18, I don't know the exact, but let's just say late 1880 to 1900, 1900 to 1920. So somewhere around that range. And so what happened was there was this kind of revolt at that time, this kind of populist revolt against a lot of corruption in the system. And that's how they got all these states to have these, this direct democracy put in their constitution at the state and local level. So, but I think now is the time for us to do that at the national level. The problem is the deep state is so strong, but I've been, the past number of weeks, I've been reading this pamphlet or this kind of small book that was created back during the progressive era. This guy had studied the Swiss system, and then they used that pamphlet or book kind of became sort of that's what they used to get people to support, get these state legislators to support this change in their constitutions and stuff at the state and local level. Let me see if there was anything else, and then I want to get your comment. But the big issue is how would we get this done? So the big problem is the second method, Article 5 of the Constitution, the way to change the Constitution. The second method of changing the Constitution is through a constitutional convention. But there's this propaganda out there, maybe it's true, that if we create if the states call a constitutional convention, then it could be run away and we could ruin the whole United States. I don't know if it's true or not, but the point is, and there's some,
if there was a constitutional convention and it was ratified, then it may break the system, because you could have a constitutional convention that nullifies the three branches of government.
Yeah, you would still need 3/4 of the states to approve it, right?
Right. But that's what I'm saying. Yeah. Is if it was ratified.
Right.
It's not just it's not just the convention, but it's the ratification of the product from the convention that is worrisome.
Yeah, but I think it would be hard for me to imagine that you'd have 3/4 of the states.
See, here's the problem. Here's the problem with the social structures. Let's just kind of zoom out to a high level here. Social structures build up over time, and that if you change the underlying assumptions of the social structure, it could collapse the whole system. Now let's apply that concept to where we're at today. After World War II, there was a big buildup of the military-industrial complex that was tied to the Manhattan Project, and our nuclear deterrence and buildup of nuclear armament based on certain assumptions. Now, if we have a constitutional convention that really upends a lot that we have, I would be concerned who's guarding the nukes. How do we prevent some sort of accidental exchange with another country? If we decide to upend everything, does that mean that maybe an adversary decides to attack us and there's no one really there to push the button to defend? So we're in an environment where I'm not even sure if we can have a constitutional convention until we actually have de-armament of nuclear weapons. See, we're wired in such a way that if we do anything majorly radical that may be legal, it could launch nuclear war on the other side, because the deep state they did this on purpose. They sort of did, a lot of people don't realize if we go into a real full-blown nuclear war, all right, DEFCON 1,
Yeah.
ICBM exchange with Russia or whoever, all right, and it's a real global event. FEMA isn't going to be there to help you. There's going to be a lot of people that die, you know, in the first blast. There's going to be a lot of people that die days, weeks, or months after because of radiation sickness. And there's going to be many people that starve within 3 months to a year, right?
Absolutely.
And then you're going to have a group of people that are considered important VIPs, right? That are going underground and try to live it out, you know, for a few years, and then, you know, and then come out of their hole and then, you know, run government or run things. But the thousands of years of society that was built up in science and technology would be totally blown away, literally, totally destroyed. And you know, there's documents within our government, you know, through we think that there's just going to be continuity of government. It's beyond that. It has provisions where they can nullify branches of government.
Yes.
So then you end up having a dictatorship, or you have some sort of kingdom, or some sort of you know, tyranny that we the people voted people into office, that if they make bad decisions and we have a nuclear war, they're protected, put underground. Majority of the population of the United States dies from hunger or nuclear radiation, all right? And we no longer have a government anymore. The United States government, there isn't a continuity of government. There's a continuity of representatives for themselves.
Yeah.
And so the human human behavior in that kind of environment, you're going to have individuals that will want to have their own serfdom. They want to protect themselves. They want to, you know. So
Absolutely.
So I think it's probably more important to try to de-escalate the nuclear armaments that are taking place in the world before we can actually have some sort of new Magna Carta.
Yeah.
You know, because if you start changing that dynamic, that could be the thing that launches World War III nuclear. You know, we're kind of in World War III now, but it's more conventional. But a nuclear World War III, that could very well happen with the Constitutional Convention, because who's watching the news? Yeah. And then let's say it passes, all right, and there's a new type of government. Who has the keys? You know, who's controlling the military? Does the military decide, you know what, we're going to spin off, we're not going to be part of this Constitutional Convention product, and there's going to be a faction between the old government and this new government and the military apparatus with nukes? You know, to me, it seems like it would be just total chaos. You know, back in the day when there wasn't nukes, I would agree with you that there was this means to try to rectify some of the problems that we have. But in a world of nukes, when there's a world that everything's wired to, that miscalculation can happen on any day of the week. We can literally, most people don't think about this, we can wake up any day of the week and be nuked.
Yeah.
But we just have this cognitive dissonance because it hasn't happened yet, so let's not worry about it. But a miscalculation can happen any day. And we've had moments in time, like the Cuban Missile Crisis, like moments during Reagan's administration where there was some accidental misinterpretation of some simulations that were going on. You know, where we almost nuked the world. You know, so I don't have too much confidence in the Constitutional Convention because of the way the whole world is wired up with nukes.
Yeah, you make a really good point. I think because there's nukes, I think the deep state looks at that there's something more important than the Constitution itself, and that's to make sure that the United States and the world doesn't get nuked. And so they will putting aside my idea, just in general, just day to day in the government, I think that they do look at the threat of nuclear weapons as trumping, and it's not a bad thing. This is the reality. They look at the threat of nuclear. I mean, maybe it's a bad thing, but what I'm saying is on a day-to-day basis, they look at the threat of nuclear weapon being blown up in the United States as that if the danger of that is more important to stop that than to worry so much about people's privacy or and this and that.
Exactly.
And I think you're exactly right. I think you're making me connect some things in my head, which is some other things I thought about, which is you could draw a line, say, from nukes to 9/11 to the Patriot Act and to like what's going on today. The deep state is they justify what they're doing and how they're acting because it's so dangerous.
Mm-hmm. But their Achilles heel is that if you can de-escalate, if you can de-escalate the nuclear threat, then now that's their Achilles heel. Because you no longer need them to tell you and how things are. See, when Putin was being interviewed by Tucker back, I don't know, several months ago, I don't remember how long ago now, but so he went to see Putin, he did this interview, right? Putin had this really important comment when he was meeting with Clinton. Putin said, hey, let's de-escalate some of these nuclear armaments and maybe continue on trying to bring down the nuclear arsenals. All right, I don't know the full details of his conversation with Tucker, and basically Clinton said that sounds like a great idea. Let me talk to my people, the gurus of international affairs and nuclear deterrence, and Clinton came back, said, we can't do it. Sorry. It's a great idea, but we can't do it. Because the reality of the situation is that the national security state, the deep state, these Cold War experts, they have a job as long as there's nuclear weapons and Russia's a bad guy. But the moment that Russia's not a bad guy and we radically disarm nuclear capability around the world, we don't need this nuclear deep state. But the thing is that they want to make the American public just bread and circus, just worry about the bread and circus, don't worry about the Damocles of nuclear weapons on a daily basis, don't worry about that, just worry, they want you to worry about climate change. And they don't want you to worry about literally we could be nuked at any given day of the week. All right? Literal climate change. Yeah, all right. So my take is that if we could somehow de-escalate the nuclear threat around the world, then you no longer have the power of the deep state. I put those two together, and that the Achilles heel of the deep state is the nuclear deterrence. If you destroy the need for nuclear deterrence, then you no longer, they don't have a power over you. And I'll tell you, it is fascinating to listen to people that have dived into some of the war doctrine, during, if a nuclear war did happen, on what powers the military has. It's crazy. It's definitely not constitutional. It's definitely not constitutional. It's not we the people anymore. It's a military dictatorship, and we should never have allowed this to happen. They use our taxpayer dollars to build this. They use our taxpayer dollars to develop this stuff, and they're going to use our taxpayer dollars to prop up their dictatorship if something goes wrong. See, if they do all this planning and they decide for whatever reason there is some sort of nuclear exchange. Yeah. The risk that is created on we the people We take all the risk and all of the damage of that decision.
Really?
They benefit because they are protected.
Yeah.
No one goes to them after the nuclear war and holds them accountable, because they're the way it's set up, they're protected underground. They have their own fiefdom, and they have their own. They have, we just get radiated and die from starvation. But it was our taxpayer dollars that allowed this to happen. And this is the reason why, if you remember Oliver North during the Iran-Contra affair, he was asked by, I think it was a senator from Hawaii, I think it was, and he was talking, and he was saying, what about these underground, facilities? What's going on with these underground facilities? And he says, well, I can't mention this, so it has to be in a closed session. Because that's part of the nuclear doctrine. It wasn't that he was trying to hide from the Russians know what our plans are. They probably have similar plans. It's we the people don't really fully understand that when we go full bore nuclear war, we the people are done. And it's the military industrial complex that will survive. And it should be quite the other way around. It should be we the people that survive, and the industrial complex, the military industrial complex is destroyed.
Paul, let me ask you a question. So, taking that to the next level, to the next logical place. So, do you think that it's ever possible for there to be, I don't know what you would call it, but a world government, or like peace on Earth? But peace on Earth, I don't mean peace between individuals, but that there's no fighting between governments. Do you think that's possible?
Well, I think it's possible, but we have to grow as adults, as the human race, to get to a messianic era. The messianic era is going to be a peaceful era. We're still in, even though, we're adults and we think we know a lot, at the societal level, we're still adolescents with nukes. We're adolescents with nukes. Would you give a 16-year-old kid a nuke? Some people won't even give the family car to their 16-year-old. So why do we give a nuke? So, but that's where mankind is. We have the maturity of a 16-year-old with nuclear weapons. It's crazy. It's absolutely nuts. And until we mature to the point where we no longer need these things, there will be a time where there will be lasting peace, but I'm not sure if we're going to see it in our lifetime. Hopefully we see it in our lifetime, but it's taken a while for mankind to grow up.
Well, it's interesting that, so Elon Musk, he's trying to go to Mars, and this is connected, this is the same line of thinking. I want to ask you a question. So Elon Musk is talking about, and if you look at what he's doing, it looks like he's going to get there. So, I don't know how long it'll take or whatever, but when he's talked to people, have asked him and he's mentioned this many times. People have asked him what sort of government should Mars have, and he says a direct democracy. The interesting thing is, I wonder if people do actually end up on Mars, that might be a sort of, because what I heard with the United States was that before the United States existed, there were very few democracies around the world. And once the United States, then it just sort of cascaded. And I wonder if, Mars, his idea becomes successful, I wonder if that'll cascade back to the planet Earth, and then maybe that'll sort of be a rallying thing where it will sort of unite people, the nations. I don't know, but it's an interesting thought.
I think that what happened in the United States when it was the New World, and it wasn't colonized, it was just being discovered or rediscovered, depending on, which history book you read. But the thing is that there were people in Europe, there were people from England, there were people from France and Spain that were unhappy with their lot in life, for whatever reason. Persecution, religiously or economically or whatever. And they wanted to be away from the old world and to go to this new world that had lots of resources and lots of freedom, all right? And over time, Eventually they established cities and, and colonies and whatnot. But over time, they started to have structures, organizational structures, governmental structures, that created a little bit of strife with the old world, because these were colonies, right? So, and then eventually, war took place, all right? And that's what creates the United States, out of the 13 colonies, right? Something similar is going to happen with Mars, right? It's going to be so bad that people will want to go to a new world, literally a new world, to new world, to be able to have the similar liberties.
Wow, you're right.
To create a whole new government, a whole new. It's literally a new world. So there are going to be people that are going to be. Elon Musk is creating the mezzanine, the bridge.
Wow.
He's creating the bridge to literally get out of the old world and go into the new world. But we are going to be bringing things there that over time, as the society grows and becomes less dependent on the earth, it will become more self-sufficient, and probably similar government structures are going to take place, where there's going to be some sort of democracy or some sort of constitutional republic. I'm not, my understanding of a direct democracy is great when you have a low population, but when you have a higher population, you're going to need to delegate authority to representatives, and constitutional rights have to be protected. So most likely what's going to happen is you're going to have a democracy that will lead with strife to points where there's constitutional rights that are protected through some sort of representative government, right? Because a direct democracy means, in the purest sense, well, if you have a population of 100 and all 100 people are agreeing for 50 years, we're going to share, our food and, and everything. And all of a sudden, there's a majority, let's say 70%, that say, you know what, we don't like these 30 people. Let's say 70% say, we don't like these 30 people, so they can't get as much food. So in a direct democracy, because there's no, civil liberties that are protected by some sort of constitution, it's the rule of the majority. That's a direct democracy, is a rule of majority. So that's a problem, right? So this is the reason why our founding fathers said, we don't want a direct democracy. We don't want a democracy. America is not a democracy. We have a constitution that protects property rights and civil liberties to an extent with balance of powers, and we have representative government. So we have a republic, right? A constitutional republic, a representative government, not a direct democracy. So I think Elon Musk just hasn't thought through the thought experiment. It will start as a direct democracy because the population densities are low. But once the population densities get to a certain, because that's how Greece worked. Greece had a direct democracy, right? But eventually it fell apart because the population got too big, and that there was infighting between the haves and the have-nots.
Interesting.
So, but I do think that Mars is going to be the new America. Way in the future, the old world, where people are going to want to go, we're tired of the old world, and it's going to be the new, the idealism of America, of the United States, is going to be planted in a new world. And Elon's creating that structure. So that's, and I'll tell you, if things get too bad, if I could get a ticket to Mars, I'd probably go, because it's going to be fascinating, that first 100 people that go there, and that know that they can't come back,
Wow, this is, and by the way, just to clarify about the direct democracy thing, so like in Switzerland, it's not a full direct democracy. They still have a constitution, they still have representatives, but it's sort of the people can veto, sort of, or you know.
Yeah, but
vote
here's the
idea.
problem is
Yeah.
that what happens when the people veto the civil liberties that were written into the Constitution? Let's say, you know, like for example, freedom of speech. If the this is the problem with the Democratic Party. The Democratic Party literally wants to write out the freedom of speech out of the Constitution. They want to curtail your freedom of speech. It's an inalienable right that's written into our Constitution that was ratified by the states. So when you have and their take is, well, the majority wants that. Well, that was the whole point of the civil liberties that were put into the Constitution, to protect our rights against the tyranny of the majority. So the direct democracy, to me, invites the tyranny of the majority.
Yeah, it's interesting. The only the one counter I'll say is that, and then I want to ask you a question. The one counter I'll say is that the representatives could also remove, you know, things from the Constitution. Currently, they could vote out, you know, say freedom of speech from the Constitution.
Right, and that's the reason why our founding fathers said the Second Amendment's really important. So because if the government thinks that they can get away with something without, you know, physical harm against them, you know, they're gonna try to rewrite stuff. You know, the King of England was, you know, the Magna Carta was, you know, it gave rights to the citizens because the king was worried that he was going to be overthrown. Well, if our government officials think that they're going to be tarred and feathered if they take away our civil liberties, they're not going to take away our civil liberties.
And Paul, let me ask you. Let me ask you a question. So currently in the Constitution, I mentioned that in Article 5 of the Constitution, there's two ways to amend it, and the way that it's always been done, and then there's this other way through a constitutional convention. So my proposition would be to amend the Constitution, to amend Article 5, so that the states don't have to call a constitutional convention to propose an amendment. So in other words, all that would happen is 2/3 of the states would need to propose an amendment, and then let's say they all had the same exact language of an amendment, all 2/3 of the states, and then that would get voted on then by 3/4 of the states, and if voted on. So I think that that's my solution. I don't know if I was clear enough on that, but what do you think about that?
Well, the problem is that we had states ratifying the Constitution to be part of the Union, right? So all the states had to to be part of the Union, they ratified, right? So if you have provisions that are potentially rolling back some of the things that were ratified back, you know,
I see what you're saying.
You know, in the original the founding of the country, then you're really nullifying the Union. So, you know, states would then say, well, we're not part of the Union. It's a breakup of the Union then. So I don't think we want to break up the Union. The Union needs to be strong. If anything, we need to own Greenland. We should be owning Canada, and we should, America should be getting bigger, not smaller. You know, so, you know, I mean, it's just the American way, right? So I think we need to focus on the idea of strengthening the Union, making sure that what has been written in the Constitution is protected and that it's not being nullified through some sort of convention or some sort of, state propositions or whatever. Of course, it's a living document, and that perhaps there are civil liberties that haven't been thought of that should be added to the Constitution to protect, but it definitely should not be eroding civil liberties. So, you know, like for example, you know, when the founding of the country, women were considered actually property to men, right? Because through some sort of historical religious thing there going on, with betrothing of a wife and, giving of the dowry and all this stuff. So, but, all right, so there was a time period where the zeitgeist was women were property of men. Well, there's a new idea, right? And then there was the idea, well, women should have all the rights and privileges of a male, in terms of, earning a living and constitutional freedoms and all that, right? Something similar might be happening with the unborn. There may need to be a constitutional amendment to protect the unborn. Just like there was a need to, to protect women's rights, for life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness. Well, there needs to be the life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness of the unborn. Now, there needs to be a debate on when that delineation point is, but it seems to me that it would be before birth, not after birth. So those kinds of things I can see as being added to the Constitution, but that would be through the natural, addition to the Constitution through Congress, not through some sort of new cabal of states, trying to restructure, creating a new Magna Carta, right? So, but if things get so bad, if our representatives in government are compromised by lobbying groups and the deep state to the point where they're not representing the will of the people, then you're probably right. We need to have some sort of state pushback. But I just feel as though growing the country is a better thing than shrinking the country. And I think that adding constitutional rights, constitutional protections, after vigorous debate, I think is a good idea. But taking away ones, I think, is a danger. And see, the thing is that once you open that up to be rewritten, then people are going to say, well, we don't want the Second Amendment. We don't even want the Fourth Amendment because you know what? We had this terrorist attack and we want to have never-ending surveillance. Right? So, what's allowing us to push back on the deep state is our constitutional freedoms.
Wow.
So there's a lot of wisdom in that document. Unfortunately, a lot of representatives have never read it. So, and then they say things that they don't even understand, like AOC thinking that that gun rights aren't, the protection of guns and the right to bear arms is not, it's not in the Constitution. It is in the Constitution. Or the freedom of speech and the way these people, they're not reading the Constitution, they're not reading the Federalist Papers during the drafting of the Constitution on what the thoughts were of the Founding Fathers. I mean, and until you have a representative that has dived into those two documents, the Constitution and the thoughts of the Founding Fathers as the Constitution was being written through the Federalist Papers, these people, are perhaps shouldn't say anything because they don't seem to be educated enough to really have an opinion on should the Constitution be modified or not. Because I'll tell you, I mean, there's a lot when you dive into it. There's a lot of wisdom, These people, by the time they were 30 years old, they did more in their life than most people will do when they're 60 or 70.
It's crazy.
And it's just, and these, and we really need to go, well, maybe they were right. They're not just a bunch of white dudes that were just old and, old. These people were extremely smart, and they knew about human character. They understood the good and the bad of human character. And they tried to weave a document to protect people to the best that they could, to also, get all 13 colonies to sign up for it and become a nation. But
You're making sense. Wait, so the so do you think that that's why they put in that special provision that if states wanted to call an amendment, propose an amendment, they had to have a constitutional convention, because then that would be the fair way to do it, because
Because it was a constitutional convention that allowed for the ratification of the Constitution.
To begin with.
Right.
Yeah, that makes sense.
So one of my, on my father's side, a lot of people don't know this, on my father's side, his mother's line of the family, so my grandmother's line of the family is related to Jonathan Dayton. Jonathan Dayton was one of the founding fathers and ratified the Constitution for New Jersey. He also fought with George Washington during the Revolution. His father, so Jonathan Dayton's father, also fought with George Washington during the Revolution. But the thing is that, there was a convention that took place that ratified the Constitution to allow for us to be the United States of America. So we don't want to, we don't want to throw the baby out with the bathwater.
No, I totally get it. Wait, let me ask you one other sort of amendment thought I had, and then I have two other unrelated, but sort of related to the bigger conversation ideas. Not proposals to fix, but proposals to just other talking points. Let me ask you one other thing about this amendment thing. So another thing that happened was, in certain states, they tried to, I guess, ratify certain constitutional amendments, but instead of currently in Article 5, it says that the state legislatures have to, ratify. I guess it's 3/4 of the state legislatures or something. Now, but a few states, I think, tried to have the people, so they did a statewide ballot proposition where the people voted to approve, to ratify a constitutional amendment. But a federal court or court struck it down because they said that Article 5 specifically says, like, the legislature or whatever. It's not the people. What do you think about an amendment that, a constitutional amendment changing Article 5 of the Constitution to allow either a state legislature to approve a constitutional amendment or if the state allowed it, a ballot proposition?
Mm-hmm. See, there's an issue here. Back in the olden days, when they did the ratifying of the Constitution, they didn't have lobby groups.
Yeah.
Right. The lobbying, there wasn't K Street, right? And
Yeah.
they could lean on their representatives to do the right thing for their state. All right. The problem we have today is that K Street has a lot of power, and these representatives in government are compromised or captured. So they will decide to do things that will benefit K Street and not so much Main Street. So if that's the case, then there needs to be some sort of compensation, some sort of mechanism to compensate for the people, the will of the people. Right? So if you go, if you try to ratify it by just the will of the people, then that seems to circumvent K Street. The problem is, it's now the tyranny of the majority. So you have two forces that are fighting each other: the tyranny of the majority, that could literally override certain freedoms, and you have this capturing of the representatives by K Street. What we need is to push back on it. To see, in our earlier conversation about the deep state, the national security state, and how they're taking, they captured, the system.
Yeah.
Well, a part of that is these lobbyists. So we have to have means to reduce the power of the lobbyists, so we have our representatives that can be trusted. We don't trust our representatives because of this capturing by lobbying.
Exactly.
So if you have that proposal that you're mentioning, you're potentially having you could potentially have the tyranny of the majority, but you're circumventing K Street. So it's not an easy thing to navigate through. I suspect, though, I'd be worried that if everything was decentralized, when it came to like ratifying certain constitutional amendments and stuff, I think that we would probably fracture the country. It would increase fracturing of the country, and we don't want that. We want to grow it. We should own Greenland. We should not, we should not be fracturing the country. We need to find ways, just like how Lincoln said, we need to preserve the Union, and we need to strive to make the Union a better Union through time. And that's what we need, is instead of the fracturing. If we do this method that you're mentioning, it's increasing the probabilities of fracturing. And I'm against that. We need, even though it's not perfect, I'd much rather have our state still coalescing than to have it fractured.
It's interesting. Paul, if you got time for two more things.
Yeah, go.
Okay. One is, I'm very familiar with Chabad, by the way, and I've studied a lot of Talmud, of Gemara, Shulchan Aruch, Hasidus, Kabbalah, whatever. If you ever want to go down that route for another time. But the other thing is, the thing I was going to say was, now you haven't mentioned it, and don't respond to this if maybe you're trying to keep it private. But well, are you pursuing an MD right now, or no? You haven't. No.
Well, I was pursuing an MD. I decided to not continue on my medical training.
Okay.
I did 2 years in medical school. I have 4 different degrees. I almost have five degrees.
Wait, can you go through them for the people? Because there's really, your background is super interesting.
Well, yeah. Well, I have 2 degrees from Wayne State. One's a bachelor's of science, and then the other is an MBA.
Okay.
And in finance. And then I was an automotive engineer for a long time, and then I decided to go into finance. I get into finance through my MBA, and I was managing a portfolio, and I started managing some of the finances for Catholic charities. And during that time period, I decided to get a Ph.D. so I can learn about algorithmic trading. So I decided to get my Ph.D. while I was working. So I got my Ph.D. in finance at Walden University, and my dissertation is on trading algorithmically the futures market of the Euro USD and also oil, right? The WTI, and how to dynamically hedge that. So I do that, and then during that time period, my brother passed away from heart disease. So from there, I decided, well, let's get an MD. So I decided, okay, so I got to do all the pre-med stuff, and everything. So I did all my pre-med work at Fordham. Then I ended up getting a master's at Harvard University through HES, the Harvard Extension School. I did my thesis for my master's at Harvard on the TAP protein, which is an HIV protein, and how to use that as a therapeutic, right? If you purify it, right?
What was the actual title of the degree, master's in?
It's a master's. It's what they call it's called an ALM. So it's a liberal arts, a master's in liberal arts in the field concentration in biology.
Got it.
So, all right, so my research in that was on TAT, and then after that, I went to medical school.
Wow.
Finished 2 years in medical school, and hated every single day of it. And I can give you, if you have the time, I can give you
Yeah,
reasons on why I absolutely hated medical school.
Yeah, I was gonna ask.
One, I'm older, right?
Yeah,
So I mean,
yeah.
I'm already, when I started medical school, I was, I was like 48, 49, something like that.
Yeah.
So, when you're older, you don't really have patience to be around young people that think they know it all.
Oh God.
Especially if you've managed a big portfolio in New York,
Well,
designed cars in Detroit, traveled the world, and and have 4 degrees, and did research in HIV. But the thing is so it was that issue. It was age. Another was the cost is extremely high. Extremely high. And I was looking at, it's like, how long am I actually going to be practicing once I get out? Maybe 10, 15 years.
Yeah.
All right. And then what I saw in clinic during the COVID years, right?
Oh wow, you were in clinic.
Yeah. So I saw patients that were coming down with the disease, right? And and I didn't like what I was seeing. I did not like what I was seeing. And then my mother dies from COVID in 2022, and that was horrific to go through that. And at the same time, just before that, my father ends up getting ischemic dementia and has to go into a nursing home. And so I'm seeing these two, my parents, in their late stage of life, and it's kind of like a PTSD. You don't want to see other patients that are in their end stage of life, because it's a constant reminder. So I don't want to see it. So
yeah, that makes sense.
So I decided, so that for that issue, then a lot of people don't realize, you can get into medical school and you can learn a lot, and I did learn a lot, and I'm glad I did it. But the thing is that you have to be poked every year. You're getting constantly inoculated. I did not like that. Did not like that at all. So that it was another issue, and the constant testing. You're spending hundreds of hours prepping for licensing testing, and you're sitting there in a chair for the test for 7 hours. Right? You do have breaks, but I'm just saying, you're sitting there, depending on the test, 5 to 7 hours. I just don't have the patience as a older person to put up with the bullshit. So I loved the learning. I learned a lot. I was able to, treat some patients, and then there's the admin part of it. There is a culture of, you only have 18 minutes to see a patient. You don't have time to really spend the time to talk to the patient for their problems, manage them, and because you're working at a clinic and it's all about pushing patients out. So after going into the 3rd year, I did not like it. I didn't, for like 10 different reasons. Some of them were personal. Some of them were like, I didn't want to see old people, dying, because it reminded me of my parents. Another was, I didn't want to spend the next 4 years, 5 years, in this heavy test mode thing, And not only that, as you get older, you don't want to change your shifts. You want to wake up at I want to wake up at 7 o'clock, and I want to go to bed at 11. 7 a.m. to 11 p.m. I don't want to have 3 shifts a week from 10 p.m. to 4 a.m. and then I just don't want that life. I just don't want it. I just So if I was younger, I probably would have had a different mindset.
Yeah.
But I decided to just throw in the towel and just say I learned a lot. I help people to the best of my ability, in clinic, and I went through it. I went through it in an era that most people would not have gone through. I mean, I went through my training during this during COVID.
That's true.
And I had kind of some unique perspectives from it, but I did not like the administrativeness of it,
Just all the
of the industry.
Yeah.
And this is the reason why a lot of students are, a lot of residents are leaving.
Wow.
I did not know one person that practiced medicine or was in residency that liked it. Not one person.
Wow.
And there are individuals, practicing, they're leaving the industry. The ones that went into residency, many of them are leaving, and they're just saying it's not worth it. It's not worth the cost. Because it's not just the financial cost of going through medical school, but it's also the emotional cost. Because you're putting so much of your effort, you don't really have a life. There's no life.
Absolutely.
So when you get older, you start realizing, each hour is, has a certain value to it. When you're younger, it's like, I can waste this, I can waste this time, I can waste that. So when people are younger, they're in waste time modes. Sometimes they're even in money waste mode. But when you get older, you're just a little bit more judicious with your time. So I just feel, and it was rough for me to come to that, because I put a lot of, because it's the pre-med, it's the masters, it's going through medical school, it's going through so I already put in by the time I pulled the plug, I already put 7 years in. 7 years. I put 7 years in before I decided to pull the plug, because I realized I don't want it, because it's just not worth it. It's just
you learned a lot during those 7 years anyway.
Yeah. So I took that knowledge of medicine at the clinical level and kind of coupled it with my research at the bench level. So, and that's important, because a lot of people are just bench researchers, and the others are just clinicians. Having a little bit of merging those two together, I think, was really beneficial. But I had no intentions of going back to medical school.
Yeah, no, that makes sense. I've never heard you say the name of a medical school because I'm sure that was probably on purpose so that people didn't spam the medical or whatever. But did you get into was it a prestigious medical school? Was it? I mean,
it was middle of the road. It wasn't prestigious.
Middle of the road. And it doesn't matter with your capabilities, you do well anywhere. But
I'm in a mode now where I am trying to enjoy my life, and I'm in pseudo retirement now.
I feel you. Wait, so let me ask you something. First of all, how often do you run into fellow polymaths? I would say you're a polymath. There's no doubt. You're an autodidact and a polymath. So, right. How often do you run into those? Because I have.
You don't. I mean, maybe once every 3 years, maybe.
Mm-hmm.
It's rare. It's rare. I do associate with people that are smart. I would say that you can have higher IQs than I. But a lot of people that are smart and and really well versed in a particular subject, they're only well versed in one subject.
That's true. And
it's rare to talk to people that have a breadth and a depth in multiple disciplines. That's the rare part. So I'm around people that know a lot, but on a daily basis. But the thing is that I wouldn't put them in the polymath category because they're one trick ponies. That's what I call a one trick pony.
Yeah.
But I think that was the reason why when you looked at the crisis in 2020, that was the reason why a lot of them got it wrong. Because they were one trick ponies. You had to be multidisciplinary to understand what was going on. Because there was a lot that was going on in 2020. Now, maybe one day I'll, sit down and write a memoir on, my perspective of what went on during that time period. Because I think that what I saw and what I experienced, is an interesting read, maybe.
I think so.
It took a lot. The thing is going back to stopping medical school.
Yeah.
I felt when I decided to pull the plug, I felt that I failed my mom. I felt like I failed my brother because it was my brother's death that launched the whole thing.
Right.
And so I felt like I failed them in a way.
I understand.
I also realized that I just couldn't. I don't want to waste my time anymore. I just want to do what I want to do. I don't want to.
Yeah.
And then you got all the the regulations and
Exactly.
and the recertifications, and you got to deal with the BS with looking over your back, making sure that you're not getting some sort of malpractice lawsuit or anything. And it's just not worth it. It's just not worth it. And what's interesting, if you look at this, there's a lot of vloggers, that were going through medical school or going through residency. A lot of them are checking out. A lot of them are going, you know what? They're not continuing. They're not continuing their education. Some of these people were, being. There was this one guy that ended up going into residency for plastic surgery, and decided to stop because he didn't want to deal with the stress. And that's pretty prestigious to get into something like that. He was, top 1% of his class, and he decided to check out in residency. So there's obviously something wrong with the industry. If you have these many people that are talented that are going, you know what, this is crazy. And so, to dovetail this into what's going on in Trump's administration, with Dr. Oz maybe being elevated to some sort of position, and RFK Jr. trying to restructure HHS and and Medicare and Medicaid and all this stuff. The system's broken. It's broken in a lot of different ways. People aren't getting the treatment they need. Doctors and nurses are overworked, and the industries in such the credentialing of the industries is in such a status that it's a pressure cooker for students now. I had two students, right? Two classmates, one that I knew and one I didn't know, that committed suicide in medical school. Right.
Out of how many were in the class?
The ones that went, because there is a fallout rate. The ones that ended up, the ones that ended up going at that time, I would say it was probably about 150.
So that's a really high percentage.
Yeah, 150, 180, somewhere.
Really high percentage of suicide.
Yeah. That's there's suicide just with nurses and doctors, when they're practicing.
Yeah.
But there's a suicide problem going on in medical school and in residency.
Jesus.
So I would, and they were all, these students, they're more, better than mid-level, and they just cracked under the pressure.
There's a guy
because these people are younger and they don't know that there's life beyond medicine.
It's crazy.
I'm wise enough to realize there's automotive, there's finance, there's engineering, there's other things, there's entrepreneurship, But some of these kids, they have been bred to be a doctor since they were 12 years old. So by the time that they get to 27, 28, 29 years old, and they're having some difficulty, they feel like they have to check out because they look at that bill. They look at their, they look at that bill and they go, my God, it's going to cost them, anywhere from, $2,000 to $4,000 a month to pay, right? So they're like, they've never had a job, a real job, and they are in, and they're like looking at like, how are they going to pay if they get out of, if they can't get into the residency that they want? It's a pressure cooker. It's a huge pressure cooker. So they need to just reduce that pressure. And there should be more doctors out there. If you reduce the pressure and you increase the number of doctors, you're going to be able to have longer cared visits. There'll be more attention. Like people in New York, they're having a hard time being able to schedule for a doctor because doctors are leaving the area because it costs too much to have their clinic here, right? Well, if you have less doctors, then there's just more work on that doctor, and this is another reason why there's just X amount of time that you have to spend with the patient. If a patient comes in, all right, that has multiple problems. Let's say has cardiac problems, has neurological problems. Let's say balancing problems, or elderly. All right, so let's say they're coming in with some Parkinson's. Right. Let's say they have cardiovascular issues, and they're coming in for let's say they fell, right, and they want you to look at your hip. You only have really time to take a look at their hip, but they got all these other problems that you really should be addressing. So you try to do the best you can by looking at the systems, review of systems, the ROS. And and then you say, well, let's schedule another appointment for blah blah blah, right? Well, you should have spent the time to look at the patient in its totality. Meanwhile, the patient has to come back, reschedule. It's an elderly person. Their mobility is bad. There's a copay. It's more cost and blah blah blah. It's just the system's totally broken at so many levels. I think you'd be hard pressed to talk to a doctor that says they really love their job, unless they're like overbilling with their codes and they love the cash flow. But if they really be honest, can they really be honest to say that the system isn't broken? The system is broken in so many different ways. At the educational level, the stress, the recertification level, the way the care is provided at the patient, it needs a major rehaul. Now maybe RFK Jr. and Oz can fix some of that, but I think a lot of it will still remain. There's going to be a lot of people like myself that want to do the right thing and help people and realize the system is just too bureaucratic and too much of a pressure cooker to even put yourself through the gauntlet. It's not worth it. If someone came up to me and they wanted me to mentor them to go through medicine, I would try to say, don't go into medicine. Go into engineering. Go into build a skill and be really good at it and build a business off of it. I would not tell them to go into medicine. If they wanted to be a researcher, and go into biotech, then that's a little different. That's a little different because there is an entrepreneurial side to biotech, and there is also, the satisfaction of, discovering things in the laboratory. But the clinic, being a clinician, hell no. It's not worth it.
But let me say why you didn't fail your mother, your brother, whatever, because I mean, I've been there in other things doing what you did, and you reach a point where you're like, okay, I've learned what I wanted to learn. I've learned what I needed to learn, and actually now it's time to move on to something else. And my guess is you spent all of those years learning, so you already know. I mean, how much more is there for you to learn that, you know, in order to satisfy the goal that you set out with when you started? Like, maybe you've already reached that goal of learning.
I've had other people say that I've leapfrogged over an MD. I've leapfrogged over the MD education. That's exactly what happened. You know, so, you know, but I do feel as though, I don't know, you know, when I went on this journey, I spent time going through the journey and not spending enough time with my parents, and not knowing that that time that I spent, you know, in the laboratory or in class and all this stuff, you know, I missed the holidays and I missed, you know, those key events that I should have spent with my parents, thinking that I'd have time down the road to do that.
Wow.
And I didn't realize that my parents would crash, you know, at the same time, you know.
Yeah.
You know, my father ended up crashing with dementia quickly, and he was the caregiver of my mother, and she crashed after that quickly. And, you know, so, and it gets even weirder. I mean, my father was in the hospital for 13 days, and, you know, my brother and I had to, you know, make the decision for a feeding tube or not. And if we decided not to do it, he would have died. You know, and so we were going through this, like, you know, you're in a situation where if you don't do it, he's going to die in about 48 hours. If you do, he might have some sort of cognitive recovery. So what do? Well, we put the feeding tube in, he survived, his body is healthy. The problem is his brain is gone. You know, so, you know, and so, you know, I'm at a state where it's like, you know what? The better decision was to let him go.
Yeah.
And not,
right,
you know,
because he's still alive, right? Because you've talked about how much it costs as well, too. Yeah.
So, you know, being at that, so you're in medical school and you're dealing with that fork in the road decision. Do you stop treatment on your parent to allow them to exit peacefully, or do you try to roll the dice on science to see if they get better?
Yeah.
Well, once you're there and you go through those types of decisions, you start seeing life differently. You know, you start seeing, like, you know what, life is precious, and sometimes death is better, and not to, you know, to keep on pushing, because, you know, our technologies are such that we can keep a body alive for a long time. Doesn't mean that person is, you know, having a nice life, but we can keep a body alive for a long time, right? So, you know, but, you know, so seeing all that all together, all at once, during COVID, and all, you know, all this, during the stress of being in medical school and all that, I had enough of it.
That would have been hard, yeah, because I know you were traveling, like, up to Harvard when you were doing the masters, which is crazy. I mean, that would have been hard enough.
You know, and it kind of upsets me, you know, that people try to demonize, even though I was trying to really help the people. You know, and but it doesn't matter anymore. I mean, you know, it is what it is, and you know, the bottom line is that I was proven right.
Well, they may try to demonize, but as a total outsider who was no dog in the fight, you're the only guy who had the knowledge, and I had like ins with the government, so I could, like, see stuff, like, at a low level, like, you know, here's reports and this and that, like. But the guy who I read through some of that. It's funny, I think it was before they demonized hydroxychloroquine, when they talked about that sort of stuff.
We got to be careful on what you say.
I'll just stop there. But let me move to another thing for a second. There's a YouTube channel called Gooby and Doobie. I don't know if you've heard of it. Goobie and Doobie, Doobie. And I think one of those is the name of his dog. And here's the title of his YouTube video. I was an MIT educated neurosurgeon. Now I'm unemployed. So he became a neurosurgeon, and then he quit. And he has a YouTube channel, and he kind of like you, he went on retirement, and he like goes into nature and does these super cool. This video has 14 million views. It's pretty interesting, but he talks about kind of the corruption in the system without like directly calling it that, but it's like we're talking about how like people would come into him because he was doing like back surgeries, and what he found was like people that exercised like healed and never needed the back surgery or something, and then like people who didn't exercise, who he did the surgery on, they would come back a certain number of years later because they were unhealthy, so they needed the surgery.
And it gets weaker. The bones get weaker. The muscles get weaker. There's an atrophy. You know, the thing is that so going with JFK, all right. So JFK had back surgery, all right, and he started having back problems after that surgery. Now, yes, that was in the 50s, and the surgery back then wasn't as great as we have today, right? Well, Ted Kennedy had that plane crash, right? And he also was supposed to be slotted for back surgery. The father said no because of what happened to JFK.
Wow.
And so Ted Kennedy pushed on and tried to rehabilitate and not have the surgery.
Okay.
And he fared a lot better. How I know this is that I listened to the audio book of Ted Kennedy, and he goes into detail about this. So you're totally right, right? You know, what people don't realize is like even today, let's say even if you don't have a back problem, all right, you can slow down back issues. You know, as we get older, we start having, you know, problems with the curvature of the back, or osteoporosis, or even osteoarthritis. Well, you can reduce that by just strengthening back muscles and pushing your spine backward, right? By stretching.
Like
exercising and building up the muscles. Most people, when they work out, they're working the front part of their torso, not the back part.
Chest, yeah.
And this is the part of the reason. As they're building up their biceps and their triceps and, you know, and their stomach muscles, it's all contracting and actually curling, yeah. So you want to actually go the other way. You want to build up the muscles in the back, and you'll actually have better posture, you'll be taller, and what will happen is that you'll have a better muscular structure for the spine to be able to weather the overall loads that are happening as you age. So back muscles, building up back muscles is a major improvement that people can do like now. You know, but people, and it's simple stuff to do. You don't have to be you don't have to be lifting all this super weight. You know, you can just do simple calisthenics that strengthen back muscles for males and females, and you're going to see better curvature of the back. And then not just that, when you have a better curvature of the back, you're actually improving your pulmonary system. A lot of people don't think so when you're, you know, so you're going to be able to be breathing better, right? And you're not going to be in so much pain when you're older and you start pulling your back. You pull it, you know, you hear an old person when they get out of the chair, they pull their back out or whatever. Well, if you have a strong back, you don't pull your back out. So, you know, just doing these exercises that they're almost like anti-aging exercises in a way. Because if they didn't do the exercise, you'd slowly have the curvature of the back, right? They slowly start losing height. And they just kind of like, and then all of a sudden the vertebrae will start to rub because your disc is starting to erode. So the cartilage starts to erode, and you just kind of get smaller and smaller and smaller, right? Well, if you start having really good back muscles, you do this exercising, you know, on a daily basis, what's going to happen is you're going to start having a better posture. You'll actually gain about a half inch. You could gain a half inch by just doing back exercises.
Yeah, I believe that.
You know, that's just you know, that's what I get out of medical school, right there.
Well, actually, that's important knowledge. Is that because the end, always people get so complicated, but the end result of like a lot of research is sometimes something very simple.
Dude. I know how to, they train me on how to, work up a patient and reading EKG and, prescribe medication for different types of cardiovascular problems. I'm telling you, you can stop a lot of this by just changing the diet, working out, but not overworking out, and also taking certain types of things that will not only reduce the chance of clots or plaque buildup, but also shrink the plaque. You can actually shrink plaque. I mean, so
Really?
you could do like an ultrasound, right? A lot of people that are older, especially my age, if they haven't been, watching their diet, they'll do an ultrasound of, let's say they do a stress test, and they normally do an ultrasound of the carotid, right? So you do the ultrasound of the carotid, and a lot of people are like 40, 50% blockage.
Oh no.
All right? Well, you start doing certain things, like a little bit of exercise, bringing down inflammation, taking D3 and K2. This sounds like a commercial now, but it's not.
No.
But the point is that by doing these things, you can take these things, and it will actually shrink the plaque.
I didn't know that. But you've talked about before how the reason why you look so much younger than you are is because you had seen your brother, what had happened. And so you started like researching these things a long time ago and started. So have you been sort of exercising? Yeah, I don't know, because you've done triathlons or marathons or something.
No, I've done triathlons and marathons.
Triathlon.
Half marathons and triathlons.
So you've been, and so basically so tell me if this is correct. So you've been basically researching how to stay healthy. And so you've been sort of creating a regimen for yourself, which includes exercise, diet, supplements. Is that correct?
Mm-hmm. I've been on this journey since I was 16 years old. I was on this journey since I was 16 years old, and I've been tweaking it. And it's not just me doing it and just reading like a health magazine. I actually started learning the science of it and learning the medicine of it. See, the thing in medical school is they teach you how to detect a disease and how to try to treat the disease. But usually these people that have cardiovascular problems, they end up eventually having heart failure if they live long enough, right? So that's just treating the disease. It's not curing it, right? So the best way to do it is prevent the individuals from getting to the point where they have dilated cardiomyopathy or, some sort of hypertrophy of the left ventricle or something like that because of high blood pressure. There's ways to prevent that. Start by just, doing the simple stuff. And that is, it's about prevention. See, medical school is about prevention because it would destroy the whole industry. The whole industry is based on, are you sick? Oh, you have high cholesterol? Here's a statin. Instead of, there's ways to reduce that naturally, So, but they don't, unfortunately, and you know what I wish people would listen more often? Is that if they followed what I've done, they would radically improve their health. Radically. 90% of the people that are on statins can get off statins if they go with the proper diet and the proper supplementation. Most people that are, on the early stage of heart disease can reverse that and get off the beta antagonist or agonist, move to a non-pharmacological means of treatment. But they don't pay attention. And this is the thing that because of people demonized me at the very beginning, I was not able to reach as large of an audience to tell people these things.
But by people demonizing, are you talking about like drug interests and?
Well, there are I was attacked by many fronts during the crisis, right? Yeah. And I wasn't able to accrete enough followers. Yes, and I had channels that were nuked during it, and so you listen to other people that other MDs that talk about the subject matter. I don't believe that they're as knowledgeable about the subject matter as I am. But they have 1 million followers. I don't have 1 million followers.
Yeah.
If I had 1 million followers, I'd have 1 million followers that I can tell them on how to shrink their plaque and their carotid artery.
I wonder if you could build it more on X, because I think on X you can. It's pretty free, I believe.
Yeah, I've been trying to accrete, on X. I'm playing around with different ways of, using different platforms, and I'm doing more like this. I'm doing more live type stuff, to try to stream it and that. But the thing is because channels were blown up, because of the censorship, I was not able to inform people on how to use preventative medicine as a means to improve your health in different systems, including your immune system. Not to go into the details, but the thing is, it can be done. It can be done. And what bothers me is you got a lot of people. I don't want to go into the depths of this, but there are a lot of people that are focused on just the injury from the inoculation. All right? And because they're only focused on that, they've been able to create a very large audience, right? And a lot of these people that have built up huge channels, never, a lot of them, not all of them, but a lot of them never treated a COVID patient. Some of them are PhD. There's nothing wrong with a PhD. I have a PhD.
Yeah.
But I had a unique experience because I was in medical school to be able to treat COVID patients. So I have a medical education. Just I didn't finish my MD. But the thing is that some of these PhDs that are talking about the crisis of 2020 was never in medical school. And they're too old to be in medical school now because they're already retired. And on top of it, they pontificate about the pathophysiology of this stuff, and they really don't have a background in it, at all. But yet they've been able to accrete millions of followers. Then you have individuals that that were part of the problem, that were part of working for the Department of Defense. Or biodefense, they were part of the problem, and then they switch sides because that's where the money is. First you get the contract money, and then you go to the other side to to accrete followers and get notoriety because of inoculation injury. I don't want to mention names, but but there are people like that, and then you have other individuals that practice medicine, right? That are cardiologists. Or even psychiatrists, because there's lots of people that are having, issues with psychiatry, because of what they went through for many reasons, But instead of treating people, what they do is they go and they're a podcaster now. Because why? Because they want to be celebrity doc. Now, if myocarditis is so prevalent, which it is, but if myocarditis is so prevalent, it is through the Hippocratic Oath that I had to say, and they had to say, right? It is their obligation to make sure that they are open 15 hours a day, making sure they're treating myocarditis, instead of spending time on a freaking podcast.
Yeah.
That's a problem, because what it is that they want to be a celebrity doc. And so people will gravitate to them, and they'll say things that they can't even get the full details right. They don't even know when certain things happen, when and during the development of the platform from Barrick. They don't know the real dates. They don't fully understand it. They don't fully understand, because they're a cardiologist, they don't fully understand the immunology that's on this. Most of these doctors are pre-genomic doctors, pre-genomic sequencing doctors. So they didn't have a medical training in immunology or in genomics or in molecular biology. Because it didn't really exist when they were in medical school. I mean, it existed, but not at the medical science level. Yeah. So these people are pontificating on things that they don't have no freaking training on.
That makes sense.
But they have huge followers. They have huge followers.
It would be.
And they rode the coattails of people like myself that went into the breach at the very beginning to warn the public on what they needed to do.
And you had the leakers. You had leakers, and then you had something that I've always enjoyed was that girl from Taiwan.
Right.
Yeah,
Right.
that was,
She's a
great.
character. She's a character.
She's a character, yeah. But no, it was so weird because you were like this. Somehow I came across you. I think I came across you before they started nuking you.
Yeah. Well, I had channels nuked, and and they bleed me on the large channel every time I post.
Wow.
And this post here, even though it's a live stream, this post I'll probably lose. The normal, when I post something, I usually lose about 10 subscribers every time I post. And this is the reason why I ask people, please have your social media follow me, because YouTube censors my work. Not only that, they unsubscribe my follower. I'm not the only one they do this to. But the thing is that there are very few people in this world that knows this subject matter as well as I do. Maybe 4 people in the world. 4.
Are you monetized on X, or no? You haven't.
No, I haven't monetized.
Because people post these big payouts that they get.
Yeah, but they have I don't have a big following on X.
Yeah.
But I'll try to build it up. But the thing is that I need people to help, and by helping is just like, listen to this guy. He's seen it. He's seen it. And if you listen, he's giving you a roadmap on how to improve your life, how to improve your health.
People don't realize. See, here's what happened. I caught you before they started nuking you, so I saw everything that was going on, and what happened was they nuked you to try to shut you down, but you're sly on how you basically have multiple platforms and channels, but that's kind of
Well, the thing is that I just, if there's a will, there's a way to try to to try to survive through it, and then there's also kind of almost maybe divine intervention or luck or whatever. If you do things for the right reason and you're trying to help people somehow, some way, it gets out. But it bothers me. It bothers me that what I saw with people that actually had to go through the crisis.
Mm-hmm.
And then seeing what happened to my mother, and then seeing how the system tried to prevent me from telling people what was going on, and then seeing celebrity docs getting on podcasts and not treating people really. I mean, I'm not a big fan of Dr. Drew. Never was.
Well, he was the one I was thinking of in my mind. Do you see those advertisements he's in? They're horrible.
Yeah. Well, the thing is he's trying to be a celebrity doc. The thing is that what he should be spending the time on is dealing with the post-traumatic stress disorder that physicians and nurses had to go through. I mean,
apparently he's a drug and alcohol guy.
When I was in automotive, sometimes we'd be in the shop looking at the machines, running, and at night he used to have a show where people would call in. Yes, and it was all about it was all about sex talk. It was sex talk. And it was he was trying to be the Dr. Ruth, of his generation. And that for whatever reason didn't pan out. But the thing is that he's always been trying to he's a psychiatrist. He's an MD, he's a psychiatrist. And the reality of the situation is there's nothing wrong with that, right? But people, literally, I had colleagues that had to code people 9 times a day and call the family that their loved one died 9 times a day.
During the thing.
Yeah.
Crazy.
Now,
holy shit.
These people have PTSD, dude.
Wow.
When they walk in a room, and it's, they need treatment. They need help. Dr. Drew should be helping these physicians and these doctors that saw this crap on a daily basis, day in and day out, for months on end, right? And then they would die. Then the wave would die down. They would see it it would be really rough, 3, 4, 5 weeks, and then it would die down, and they would come back up a couple of months later, right? These people have PTSD. Dr. Drew should spend the time and treating these doctors and nurses that have the PTSD that went through this crisis, instead of pretending pretending that he understands the pathophysiology.
Well, to this, do you remember that doctor that whistle blew? Maybe he worked at NYU Medical School. He whistle blew about those ventilators.
Yeah. I can't remember his name.
I forgot his name, but the other thing was, but you as a guy who's seeking truth is similar to like me. Maybe not as much as you, but I definitely aspire to be a truth seeker and teller. Like, it's the charlatan is always better compensated than
Right.
the truth.
And the thing is like when I first started talking about it, people were saying, "Oh, he's not an MD yet," and he's he didn't finish his research at Harvard yet, and blah 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 and blah blah blah, and don't listen to him and demonize him. And then the AMA came after me because of what I was saying, and then tried to kick me out of medical school, and then Harvard tried to get after me because of what was going on with Lieber. Because I was blowing the whistle on Lieber.
Yeah, I remember George wrote you a letter to help.
Yeah, so they were, so at the same time, the AMA tried to kick me out of medical school, and Harvard tried to prevent me from finishing my research.
I remember Harvard. I didn't know the AMA came after you.
No, because I basically had a very strong stance that I did not believe that the HHS should be able to force inoculations.
I wonder if what do you think about Kennedy and because they're hiring like these off-brand people.
Well, I think that if they get confirmed, that they're going to shake up the system.
I'm saying, is that something you'd ever be interested in being involved in?
No, I don't really want to go into politics. I don't want to. It's just I'm not a political. I don't have.
Yeah.
And I just let them do it. If they called me up and said, "What do you think, Paul? Do you think this is a good policy, or how would you change it?" I'd give them my advice if solicited. But I've done my mankind duty during the 2020 crisis, and I did it the best that I could. I just am a little perturbed that you have these celebrity docs that built up huge channels on the work that I did and others that have done that don't have anywhere near the notoriety.
Were they literally? Because I remember, I think you were saying this maybe, but were they actually literally listening to your broadcast and then stealing the stuff? People were doing this.
Well, some people were. Some people were. No. Some people were. There were certain things that I was saying that seemed to be verbatim that came out of Glenn Beck.
Holy shit. Wow.
Back in, I think this was like 2021, 2022. And then, I had a lot, you'd be surprised, I'm not going to say, but you'd be surprised.
Yeah, no, that's okay.
You'd be surprised the celebrities that have purchased products from me.
Oh, no kidding.
Yeah, like very famous people. I'm never going to say that.
No, don't.
Very famous people. And they were listening, and they followed, and they, and they navigated well through the crisis. But very famous people. The problem is, the problem here that I have is that you've got people that look like I don't know, Kenny Rogers, that decide to be the ethics of the crisis, even though he may have been the cause, a part of it, and has huge followers, and is monetized and goes on these conferences, right? And now he's starting to pontificate about World War III, like he's trying to. If you notice what Kenny Rogers is doing, he's trying to create himself as some sort of polymath. He's faking it. He's not real. He's not a real polymath. That's for sure. I mean, but the thing is, he's just faking it. He's faking it.
Oh yeah. Well, I mean, like when I called you a polymath, it's kind of obvious to me. There's no fake there.
Right. But the thing is, Kenny Rogers, he built up a notoriety, and then now he's going to tell you about the Defense Department, and he's pontificating about the Ukraine war and what's going on in Taiwan, and all this stuff, and I'm like, if people really listen to my early work, I was saying that what was going on during the crisis is going to play big when it comes to our defense in the Pacific theater. Because there was a component because the whole idea is to weaken Xi so Taiwan would not, because what was happening during this time period? Hong Kong was taken over, right? So if you weaken Xi, it weakens his chance of taking over Taiwan.
Wow.
So this is all, this whole thing that we went through was to weaken Trump and to weaken Xi. Right, and you know, and so I've been saying this from day one, from the early days in 2020, the very early days. It was tied to the Pacific. It was tied to the Pacific, you know, theater for war with Taiwan. That was the reason why Miss Taiwan got involved. And then you know, there was this long arc of development that goes all the way back to 2001 on the platform. I'm not going to say the name, but you know, the platform that was used. So there's this long arc that goes all the way back to biowarfare footing just before 9/11. And then right after 9/11, you had all the anthrax scare and all that. That was all. This whole arc of history is tied together. Now, no one connected the dots like I did. No one. No. And the thing is that the famous cardiologist that's always talking about vaccine injury, he can't even get the right date on when the actual platform started out of Barrett's lab. He keeps on saying 2016. It's not 2016. It actually started in 2001.
Yeah.
You know? But he's pre-genomic. He's a pre-genomic MD that didn't have much understanding of molecular biology or genomics or even immune system. But he's going to tell you how it really is.
Jesus.
But you know, but what's the crazy thing is there's such a large following these individuals had, and they were not in the breach at the very beginning. There was very few people at the very beginning that were trailblazers like what I was doing. And
well, sometimes I wonder some of these people, I'm not saying specifically in this exact case, though it could be possible, but just in general, some of these people I wonder who they're actually working for.
Well, I think that there are some people that, I think they're different types. I don't want to put just everyone in one basket.
Yeah.
But I think there are different types of individuals that covered this. Some of them, you know, had, you know, a scientific background in a particular discipline, particular system of the body, maybe, you know, lymphatic system or maybe neurological system or whatever, and they were trying to understand it from their slice of lens of looking at it, which was important. You know, and they were just trying to, you know, cover it from their perspective, and you know, and I think they, you know, did a decent job. There were others that you know, here's another dark side of medicine. Most doctors in the early days of COVID wanted to pretend that it wasn't happening because they were afraid their clinic was going to be closed.
Wow.
Because it would have disturbed their cash flow. And that was at the clinic level, that was at the, you know, the private office level, and also at the hospital level. And then when it got to the point where the lobbying group, the medical lobbying group, was complaining that you're shutting down these facilities, that they need help with the COVID money.
Wow.
So there's the dark secret. You had surgeons that didn't want to postpone elective surgery because they had a house payment. So what did they do? They decided to say, you know, the crisis isn't something that's really happening. So I covered this, and you know, one of those people that was doing that, and just all you got to do is just look at the evidence on YouTube. One of the people that was doing that at the very beginning was Dr. Drew. Dr. Drew at the very beginning was saying that the crisis was nothing to worry about.
Jesus.
And then he flipped it. When he started his podcast. He flipped it because he started to realize that he could grow a channel.
But do you know which advertisements I'm talking? You know the guy that's like V-Shred or something, where they're like, don't eat, don't exercise, don't do cardio to lose weight. You see those ads on YouTube?
No. But I mean, here's the
problem.
problem.
Dr. Drew's an advertise. He's advertising for these guys that are saying don't do exercise.
Well, you know, the thing is, he's a psychiatrist. All right. He's an MD.
Yeah.
He's a psychiatrist. All right. He went through rotations on different disciplines, but he's a psychiatrist. All right. And he's, if you want to deal with someone do you really want to go to Dr. Drew? Literally, okay.
Yeah.
You want to go to Dr. Drew, MD, psychiatrist, on preventative medicine? Or do you want to deal with people that actually have done it for decades and are showing what they do, and you can mimic and adjust whatever protocol that is to your own liking? All right? Like what I'm doing. I know more about preventative medicine than Dr. Drew does. I know more about COVID than Dr. Drew does. I know a lot more about HIV than Dr. Drew does. There are things that he knows that I don't know, like psychiatry. I don't know a lot about psychiatry. But the thing is that maybe he should stick in his discipline and not, pretend that he really understands, like, spike proteins, and how they're made and how it affects the immune system and the negative and positive feedback loops. Let's stop pretending, Dr. Drew.
Paul, did you ever do a series or any specific broadcast where you talked about just how to exercise, diet, supplements?
I haven't done one. I haven't done just a video on that. I should.
That would be interesting.
But I do embed it. I do embed it with the show.
You do embed it in a lot of your stuff.
See, what I've been trying to do. What I've been trying to do is that I've been trying to cover news because I feel as there's a domestic thing that's going on, international, and a health thing going on all at the same time. So I'm trying to cover that, covering the news and giving my perspective on it, but then also trying to embed what I have on my store to be able to show people what I do. Everything on the store I take. So what I do to improve now not everybody can afford that. I mean, it's a lot of money, right? But if you stack it certain ways, and I've created these boxes, anti-aging boxes and longevity boxes, that if you stack it a certain way, you can target a certain system, like a cardiovascular system, or your neurological system, or your immune system, or whatever. So, instead of spending $1,200, you can maybe only spend $200 if you want to just focus on one particular system. But I try to kind of embed it with the news and the store, instead of just a health show. I don't want to just do a health show. Honestly, it would kind of bore me. but because I'm a little bit, sometimes I'm a little bit livid when it comes to covering some of this stuff, and I think people need a little bit of comic relief too. I mean, but I just
like Allan Lichtman and things.
I just have, looking back on covering the crisis, I am a little perturbed that there are people that have been giving notoriety and they really shouldn't be getting notoriety.
Charlotte.
They weren't, Dr. Drew isn't telling you how to reduce cardiovascular disease and how to reduce plaque in your carotid.
No, he's telling you don't exercise. That's what his ass
and I'm telling you how to reduce blockage. Because that's going to save someone's life. Because you know what? It's really sad to see someone not being able to breathe, and and they're in the emergency room, dude, and and their life is flashing, in front of them, and they're having a heart attack right in front of you. It's a little too late then. It's a little too late.
Do you have a backup of all the videos you made from say COVID?
Most of the stuff I have backed up. Not everyone, but most of it.
That's good. All right, one last thing, I think. Thanks so much for doing this.
Well, I'm going to be doing these live streams, and I want people to, to call in on Spaces to talk about it. And this probably may be just a call-in show and just bitch session for 3 hours.
Or it could be humorous too.
Right. Maybe that's it. It just evolves. But I think going over the COVID years, one of my favorite times was actually just opening up the line and having people call in and telling me what they were seeing.
Well, you had whistleblowers from hospitals and things saying, they're saying it's not happening while I see it happening. I remember those. But Paul, have
Not
you
only
ever-
that,
Yeah.
I had people in the medical profession in New York, and
Yeah.
also first responders,
Yeah.
fire, EMS, them. They watch the
Yeah.
channel religiously. And so when I go to, let's say, a store within New York, and I bump
Yeah.
into some people, some of these people that are like part of the NYPD or FDNY, they'll come up to me and say, you're Dr. Paul, right? And I go, yeah. Oh, we watch you, you helped us through COVID, blah, blah, blah.
No
And I
shit.
guess that is something that kind of makes me feel that maybe I did the right thing,
That's the payback, yeah.
but,
It's the secret people that, like me, that you helped that you never heard from me at the time. But there's got to be a lot of people like me.
Right. No, it probably is. And, I do feel as though I did the right thing, but I am a little,
Absolutely.
I'm a little upset that certain people, have gained notoriety, and I personally think they didn't deserve it.
Yeah, they're gaming the system.
Mm-hmm. I mean, I would, I know more about COVID than Dr. McCall. Way more. I could go up on stage unprepared and completely blow him out of the water. Totally unprepared. Now, certain things that he's saying is right, but he's not saying the whole story. He couldn't get his license if he didn't agree on the science that beta coronaviruses caused myocarditis in the 1980s. That's way before the platform was developed. But if you listen to him, it's as if myocarditis just started after 2019, which is total BS.
Well, my father he got a vaccine, I think it was the flu vaccine, and he got some mild amount of, I think it was myocarditis.
Mm-hmm.
And in other words, yeah, this is.
See, what's happening is there's a lot. If you look at these EKGs, a lot of people are having these signal problems that are starting to pop up. They're like a blockage, either the right or left bundle blockage, right?
Wow.
But and I did a video on this 4 years ago. The signaling will happen, and that signaling will propagate inward to outward and then come back. And because of that inflammation from the myocarditis, what will happen is it causes a disruption when during the contraction, and all of a sudden you start to potentially go into AFib, or have some sort of problem with restart with a normal frequency of the heart. So a normal rhythm, but there is this rebound. There's an outward signaling that allows for the contraction, and then there's an inward. There's a rebound that's taking place, and with that inflammation, it's blocked. It's in certain areas it's blocked. Now, if it's just inflamed and it kind of goes away, then it's not that big of a deal. But if it's chronic inflammation, then you're talking about scarring, and when you have scarring, that's as if the tissue has been ischemic, and if the tissue was ischemic, then you definitely have a problem. You have a remodeling problem with your heart, and then people start having dilation problems, or the early stage. It's really the early stages of heart failure. Now let's focus on that and try to prevent that. Yeah, instead of going on podcasts and building up millions of followers, because the whole idea is that there's got to be a way to reduce the inflammation, because myocarditis is caused by the inflammatory response of inoculations and of the pathogen. Then you have to calm that down. You have to calm the pro-cytokine profile.
Yeah.
Right? And that's what I've been saying for 5 years. 5 years.
Yeah, you've been
calm down take anti-inflammatories. The natural anti-inflammatories.
Yeah.
Yeah,
no. I do think that you know more than
I know I do, but the thing is, I've gotten to the point where, you put everything on the field, and you just have to wait. You have to let another generation, you know, to play the football game. I already put everything on the field, dude. I mean, I put everything on the field.
You really did.
And
you risked a lot.
But I just, and so I'm just trying to, build up some sort of channel that brings up, other topics too. But I know how to, I know how to try to mitigate some of these diseases that are happening in America. Diabetes, heart disease, neurological diseases, these things, many of them can be mitigated. Many, if people just took the time to do it. I was so sad, trying to treat patients with diabetes. All right, and you'd sit there and you'd go, okay, you're type 2 diabetic. You got to control your insulin. You got to watch what you're eating. You got to make sure you check your blood. Blah blah blah. Right. But if you lose the weight, you watch what you're eating. You can get off the medication. You can control it. And when you're controlling it, then you're reducing the chances of kidney disease, you're reducing the chances of cardiovascular disease, right? They don't want to listen. These people, dude, I've seen so many patients. They don't want to listen. They just want, can you just give me a pill?
They don't want to stop drinking the Coca-Cola.
And it's like, well, my knees are hurting now. Well, that's because you're overweight. If you lose the weight, you won't have the knee problem. Can't I just go to an orthopedic surgeon and just get a knee replacement? Yeah, you could, but literally, that's America right there.
Yeah, it's like what you talk about. If people just walk, they don't have to do some extraneous exercise. If you walk a few miles a day, you'll shed most of your extra weight.
So,
Paul, one other thing on another, just to tie it all together. Have you ever got into reading like the great books of like the Western world or anything?
When you say the great books of the Western world,
so there's a set of books. It's like 60 volumes, okay? And people there's like a reading plan to get through it, but it takes like 10 years. But it's like great books. It goes all the way back to like Plato and Aristotle.
Well, this sounds like the Harvard reading.
Yes, that's exactly the one. Yeah.
Yeah, some of the books I already read.
Yeah.
I did have a point in time, actually recently, about 6 months ago, that I was thinking, maybe I would just start reading it. But I started noticing that I probably read about 30% of them already, 40% of it already. Okay. Throughout my whole either academic career or just, on the side. And then I started realizing, you know what? There's probably contemporary work that's very similar.
Yeah.
Like I have this philosophy with Shakespeare. I'm not a big fan of Shakespeare. All right, I'm not a big fan of Shakespeare. I don't like reading Shakespeare.
It's very hard.
But I read. I just don't have a Shakespearean mind. I can figure out pathogens made by biolabs, but I can't read Shakespeare. Right? But there are modern versions of the storyline in other books or in movies or whatever. So it's really, I've been exposed to something similar, but in a modern context. So I think that's true with many parts of the Harvard series.
Yes.
So
and if you look,
I've read a lot of books, dude. I mean, I've thousands. It's a lot. It's a lot. And maybe maybe I would probably prefer reading some of the more esoteric stuff on Hasidus or Kabbalah than you read the Harvard book.
Yeah. Wait, let me ask you about that actually, because that was something I forgot I wanted to ask you was, one thing you've never talked about, I don't think, is like, because I've studied some Kabbalah, but through Hasidus, really, not on its own. Have you ever gotten into like secret societies and Hermeticism, occult? I'm not talking about any hocus pocus. I'm not talking about any like black magic, weird stuff. I'm just talking about studying. What I'm interested in is understanding how much power do secret societies have in society, and how, if they do have power, then how far back has this power gone, and where's the source of their power? In other words, is it some kind of knowledge on how humans work and how the world works on it? I don't know. Have you ever thought about that stuff? Are you interested in that kind of stuff?
Well, I mean, I always viewed that whole esoteric stuff more on a religious context,
Okay,
and not
right.
really a secret society context. I do know throughout my whole life, have known people that were Freemasons.
Right. Yeah, like my grandfather.
I have my observation, outside observation, is just that almost all of them are very, very nice people that will do anything to help you.
Yeah.
I wouldn't be surprised, though, that within these societies,
Exactly.
there are a group of people
Like
that
a society within a society.
right, that have the levers of power and exercise those levers of power. I would not, if you look at the way the setup of Congress is, it sort of is like a Mason Lodge. So there's elements of masonry, Masonic motif within Congress.
Yeah.
Now, that's not by accident. I mean, our founding fathers, most of them were Masons, So I wouldn't be surprised that there are groups within the Freemasons that are in Congress, in the powers of government, that do exercise some sort of power or authority.
Yeah.
But I'm not sure that it's a nefarious thing. See, here, some people will say, oh, the Freemasons, they're bad and evil and blah blah blah. And they're a cabal and they're against the Constitution. They're against America. And if you look at the really history of it, they were the ones that wrote the Constitution, right? And the ones that fought for the Revolutionary War. So so these people, they demonize these secret societies too easily. Yeah. But I wouldn't be surprised that within a secret society that there can be nefarious actors. So it's you gotta kind of look at it from the standpoint, there is the organization at the whole level, and then there's maybe factions within it that may need to be investigated. The other way to look at this is that there are a lot of truthers out there that want to demonize these secret societies,
right.
but they don't realize that that secret society may be actually what's holding everything together and keeping America afloat, keeping it and not devolving into chaos. The truthers want to demonize the secret societies, but it could be the secret societies that's actually saving the country. They may be saving the country, and it's not so clear to me that they are the evil ones. They may actually be the ones that are helping, but I don't know because I'm only looking at this from an outside point of view.
Yeah, well, I've gone to a few Masonic meetings, where you go, not the actual secret meetings, but where they eat before they go into the meeting, and you get to meet the brothers. There's nothing that I've ever detected nefarious or anything like that. But part of my problem is not joining is because they say, "Do you believe in God?" Well, that's a hard question for me to answer, But or do you believe in a higher power? But I don't think that there's necessarily anything wrong with secret societies, but this is why I want to find out more.
Right. The thing is that because it's secret, it creates this imagination overload, and depending on how that person is, they may be thinking, well, maybe this is an evil organization, maybe it's a positive organization. But if you look at the history of America, the Freemasons have done a lot that have been positive for the country. A lot.
Yeah.
Right. But that doesn't mean everyone is is positive. That doesn't mean everyone's evil either. I just think that the whole truther movement, for lack of a better term, I think demonizes the Freemasons in the United States too easily, way too easily, and that they need to to realize a little bit more of the history. But then they'll come up with, well, this person wrote this book and he said this and blah 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 and all that. So like I said, you have good actors and bad actors in any organization. You can find good and bad actors at McDonald's, right?
In Chabad.
Right. Or in any religious institution. There are good and bad people in the Vatican. There are good and bad people. I'm sure there were good and bad people during the Sanhedrin. I'm sure there were good and bad. There's good and bad people, in any organization, and it's too easy to demonize the whole lot.
Oh yeah, I mean, it's just like they just throw crap on the wall and
right.
like
even with Chabad, from my understanding of how it is there's a faction. It's broken up into factions. So there's one faction group that is very, very pro Mashiach, messianic, right? It's a fringe group. Most of them are coming from Israel. That's these fringe group that's young and impressionable. And then you have another group that it's like, well, no, there's this multiple hundreds of years of history between one Rebbe to another and what they wrote, and with their Maimorums and in their they're from Bragans and all this stuff. That there's this, and they lose it. So are there some bad actors in that religious institution? Yeah, there are, but there are also some very wise and humble people too in that. I mean, if you read some of the Maimorums from some of these Ribbis, I mean, you can tell that there's like some high intelligence there, very high intelligence.
Well, like the last one, he had a gigantic library, and the library still exists on Eastern Parkway, in Crown Heights, Brooklyn, and he was just a gigantic scholar. There's no doubt about that.
Mm-hmm.
In fact, they're still fighting to get back books that were confiscated by Russia, like a long time ago, and that was from another Rebbe, and
I would not be surprised. I mean, this is way out there what I'm saying. I don't think anyone has said this. This is first, right? Another first. I would not be surprised that on a metaphysical level, that the peace in the world will rapidly advance when there's some political pressure put on Russia to give back those documents.
Wait, what did you say? The peace in the world? Peace?
No. Peace in the world.
Peace
in the world would advance radically if there was political pressure put on Russia to give back those documents and books.
I know what you mean. It seems like they gave a few books back, like maybe in the 80s or something.
Yeah, but it's like they have a huge library.
They only gave like a handful.
Right.
But they have. No, I know exactly what you mean, Paul, and I've thought about this too. It's very interesting, the messianic stuff, with Schneerson, forgetting the part about people think he was the Messiah, or if they think he is the Messiah, or anything like that. But just, it's very interesting how Schneerson talked about like the Gulf War I, about that being the birth pangs of the Messiah, and kind of like what we're watching now. It's sort of interesting, but it's sort of interesting as well, like, it seems like each religion, so the Iranians too, they say that their Messiah, their Mehdi, M-E-H-D-I, I think it is coming back. And the Christians, I think, the Book of Revelation, which I haven't read, but...
Makes you wonder why Facebook changed to Meta. Meta.
Wait, is that,
Meta.
Is that a Hebrew?
No, but the thing is Facebook changed to Meta. Right? And you said Meti.
Oh, Medi, yeah.
Medi. See, but I wouldn't be surprised that tech is somehow. This is hard to put it into words.
Hard to explain.
Once you have an idea and it's hard to put it into words, so I'm going to do the best I can. tech is an entanglement of good and evil at another level. And so this is part of the reason why these tech bros can make a ton of money, that have something into like getting people to fight each other or argue with each other, or you know, to surveil them. You know, there's almost like there's an entanglement of good and evil. Yes, these technologies can be used for good, but a lot of it is being used to hurt people in some way, some form. But you have these tech bros that are making a ton of money doing it, and it's almost like these tech bros have a tendency to kind of name their company, you know, like Oracle. You know, like Oracle.
Yeah.
I mean, like,
Yeah.
You know. So it just, to me, you know, the infinity, even Facebook's new logo is like the infinity.
Oh, it's an infinity loop.
It's an infinity loop. So, you know, I wouldn't be surprised that there's tech aligning with some sort of calendar alignment of the Messianic age. I think is how I want to say this. There's an alignment that's taking place.
Well, if you wanted to bring about the Messianic age, I think you would need the tech that's being built right now will help, is setting us up for a Messianic age.
It's very true. I mean, you know, think about it. How can people, in the Messianic era, it's stated, now maybe we're interpreting it wrong, but the Messianic era, we're supposed to have every day a Shabbos. Well, how can every day be a Shabbos if no one's working? Well, that means AI.
AI, which
robots, right? That means that you have digital slaves doing everything for you. Well, you know, so if everyone has a you know, a Shabbos every day, you know what? How, you know, your food's cooked for you, everything's done for you. Well, this, you know, but what does that mean? I mean, what do we do as humans? Let's say that is the case, and everything is done for us, and everybody has a Shabbos every day for 1,000 years. What do people do?
Well, I've thought about this. I think it's similar to, it's a blessing and a curse, I think, because the blessing is we have, for example, we have cars, so therefore people aren't walking as much. And so then people are getting sedentary, and they're, you know, so in the olden days, everybody was healthy, everybody was fit, you know, and so I think that's what's going to happen is you're going to have to do things to counteract the negatives that are going to come with it, you know. Like, in other words, I think you're going to have to, like, do things to keep your mind, you know, exercised and all that. Yeah, but it's.
I mean, do people just read a book? Or they just become scholars? Do they, you know, if the robots are doing the experiments, but if you did the experiments yourself, that would be breaking the Shabbos, you know. So I mean, you know,
there's going to be a lot of Shabbos guys, all these robots.
I don't understand when the whole world is doing Shabbos.
This is very hard to understand.
No, I was like, what do people do? I mean, you can't make art. You can't, you know, you can't draw. You can't create a statue. You can't, you know, there's lots of things you can't do. So I mean, is everybody just praying? Do you
think we get implanted with the neural link, and then that really ups our brain capacity, and then
See, my take is that the Messianic era will naturally allow us to be more intelligent without some sort of augmentation, electronic augmentation. I personally think that we have access to information, or we have the creative skill set already in us. It's just that something about the way we're raised, or our diet, or whatever, is preventing us from fully utilizing it. You know, so I don't think we need Neuralink.
Interesting.
You know, but I wouldn't be surprised that Neuralink would help people that, let's say, had some sort of
like
brain
neuro,
injury,
Yeah.
brain injury, or
eyesight
right,
issues.
right, so I can see it helping people if they had some
I
sort
see
of
your point. Yeah.
problem. But let's say someone had no physical ailment. In a messianic era, I don't think that you really need augmentation. I think you just automatically start being much higher in intelligence and in creativity. The problem is that there's a constraint. There's these constraints because of you can't break the law. My assumption is that the laws of the Shabbos would be maintained during the Messianic era. If that's the case, what do people do? Do they just eat? Do they pray? Eat? I mean, So I don't understand it. I don't understand what they do.
Well, you've heard of like Yuval Noah Harari, that Israeli guy. He's like, he's demonized on the internet, I guess, because he's like a WEF guy, World Economic Forum guy, and I guess he's friends with the guy who was running the World Economic Forum, and he does these talks and stuff. I haven't bought his books yet, and it's on my buy list. But anyway, I saw him doing an interview with Lex Friedman, and he was saying that we don't know, like in 10 years, what the world is going to look like, and to have a guy who I think is constantly thinking about what the world is going to look like, not know, that's pretty interesting. That's kind of interesting.
Mm-hmm. No, I always default back to my understanding of economics. The classical economic theories that I was taught in school, and I'll tell you, when you decouple labor and capital, I just don't understand how the society functions. And and so if you have robots that do everything for you, what do humans do? Now, I think that Elon would say, well, this is where you have the transhumanism, and it's the merger between man and machine. But I personally think that the merger between man and machine is probably antithetical to the Messianic age.
So maybe it would be more like just AI becomes because we could imagine that AI is going to become so good that maybe it's kind of like the iPhone interface where it's the same human, but you're just interfacing with massively better technology.
Yeah, I mean, I'm thinking during the Messianic age, there's a period of time that people are getting inculcated to this new era. And then as the technology starts to get better, what happens is that literally the future of the human species is to spread across the cosmos. And it's going to need to use these robots, and technologies to be able to fulfill that mission. So it's almost like Interstellar on a grand scale the baby step is colonizing the moon, colonizing Mars. The big leap is going to another galaxy, right?
Wow.
And so
that kind of makes sense.
So let's say we have 10 or 20 billion people, right? Eventually, what's going to happen is that there's going to be a team of robots that can fix themselves and stuff. But they have a team of robots and a team of humans that work together to colonize the universe. And maybe we emerge, maybe we evolve into, Alien, like a movie. I don't know, but it just seems that other than being spacefaring, I'm not sure what else people would do in a messianic age where every day is Shabbos.
So maybe that's what people will do is we'll just push farther out, and that's what we'll use our minds for. Farther out into the cosmos.
It almost kind of like, you remember Battlestar Galactica?
I didn't watch it. I didn't grow up with a TV or movie. We weren't allowed to.
All right. So Battlestar Galactica. It's kind of like they had a human race that was moving to a new solar system or whatever. Maybe that's what's going to happen. I'm not sure, but I don't think we really need augmentation.
Yeah, I see.
I'm not a believer in transhumanism. I'm against transhumanism. I wrote a book on artificial intelligence, and I was against Cottrell and the whole idea of the Singularity Institute.
Yeah.
Now Elon, I think, is he falls in line with the transhumanists, But I think he's trying to use transhumanism for good instead of like transhumanist for evil or transhumanism with amoral. I think Elon's trying a moral tack, you know.
That's my feeling, yeah.
But I'm not sure. I don't really buy into the whole transhumanism. I just feel as though that we probably didn't need it. I mean, Adam lived for almost 1,000 years, right?
Mm.
He didn't need transhumanism, so why would we? You know, so I just.
So we'll re-enter the garden. I forgot. Is the Messianic era where we re-enter the garden, kind of a thing?
I guess I don't know. I mean, I'm a scholar of the Messianic era, but I mean, I do know this: that it seems to be there's a period of time where the foundation of society is radically changed. Now, what does that mean? I'm not sure. I mean, it's every day. If every day is a Shabbos, what do you do? I mean, you know. But maybe that's the thing: is humans won't have ambition. But if you don't have ambition, are you human? Are we even human during the Messianic age? Maybe it's the end of humanity, and into something different. Maybe all the things that are good and bad about humans have to die for us to elevate to the Messianic age that's more angelic. Even though we're in physical form, but maybe we have to shed the good and the bad to be more angelic. But because it's so far away from us to understand what this means, that, you know, I try to put it into the economic box. I try to put it into like, you know, do you go see a movie? And it's hard to do because we're constrained to our understanding of this plane, of this world that we live in. But if all that is gone, if all greed and ambition's gone, perhaps what we call human is no longer in existence. It's something different, something more angelic.
I haven't looked into this, but are they going to be able to, like, I guess they call it terraform Mars? Like, are we going to be able to breathe? Are we going to always have to have breathing apparatuses?
There's going to be a period of time where you need the breathing apparatus until the atmospheric concentrations reach a certain level and at a certain pressure. So you need not just atmospheric pressure, but also the concentrations of certain gases. So once that concentration reaches, then you wouldn't need the breathing apparatus. So over time, you're going to need it less and less. So like right now, you have to have it because of the pressure and because of the gas concentrations. But throughout time, you're going to, now how long that is it 1,000 years? It's definitely not days. It's probably measured in hundreds of years, if not thousands of years, unless there's some way to like supercharge, some sort of like global warming kind of thing going on. I mean, they would probably have to figure a way to take the elements that are on the ground at Mars and be able to convert them into gases and pump them into the atmosphere at a very high clip, right?
Yeah.
A very fast flow rate. But, these things would have to be belching. You're like making miniaturized volcanoes all over the place to belch this stuff into the atmosphere to be able to create the concentrations that you need. So probably what's going to happen is that they're going to have these like pseudo volcanoes, man-made volcanoes, right, belching gases, and then you create kind of like Epcot Center, on Mars at these different stations, and so you have a contained atmosphere within Epcot, and then you just go from one Epcot Center to another, kind of like a little outpost, until the atmospheric pressures are right. But it probably would take thousands of years. I would say it would take thousands of years before you could do it. You could just go outside without any mask or any breathing apparatus.
Well, we're moving into it. I mean, if this actually happens, what an amazing world. I mean, we think we live in advanced times.
All right, it could get even weirder. It could be that we do genetic engineering and change our lungs where it has lower, it needs less oxygen and maybe more nitrogen or whatever. to adapt to Mars. Change the gas, permeability of the permeability of the lung. Maybe, I don't know. But who knows? Who knows?
Paul, well, thank you so much for doing this. And if something crazy goes on again, let's get.
Well, I'm sure something crazy is going to happen. I mean, every week is a crazy event. Every week.
But the reason why I brought up the great books, I was like, if we did like a book club like thing where we read we did some reading every, and then we would get on and discuss, reading. But so you read. When did you sort of decide to read a lot of books, and like how did you do it? Did you do like one book a week, or how did you split it?
Oh, my father was a big reader, so just being a kid, I just saw him reading lots of history books.
Wow.
So I just read. The things that I focused on was economics, history, science.
Wow.
And that's interesting that, a big arc of my life has been, in those subjects. It was science. Yeah. And because I was from Detroit, cars was the thing to do. And there was that's the design cars was a cool thing. As a kid, I had an amazing life. I really had an amazing life.
Yeah.
Hopefully I still have an amazing life.
Well, you're a blessing to a lot of us.
Sometimes I don't feel it though. Sometimes I feel like I feel cursed. I honestly do. I feel sometimes cursed.
You mean like it's a double-edged sword kind of?
Well, it hasn't been a picnic, for sure.
Yeah. Well, see, I take a different tack than you. See, I do consider myself somewhat of a polymath, somewhat of a autodidact and all that. I mean, but that's why I think you're a blessing. It's very hard to find people like you. But I handle, and sometimes I have questions, I handle it the other way, which is I shut my mouth and I walk into terribly corrupt situations, and I just sit there and watch and try to figure out how to fix the thing, but don't open my mouth until I'm ready to unleash,
Yeah, but the way I was, maybe it's part of my genetics. It's like if I see a problem, I'm getting on the table and I'm stomping my foot and commanding and I don't take no for an answer and I keep on moving forward. And I think that was self-evident in what happened in 2020, but. It's a curse, because I look back at it and I see a lot of people that rode the coattails and had a notoriety, and they're not solving the problem. They're not getting to the root cause and solve the problem, and it's all about them. It's all about them.
Yeah. Well, I'd say maybe double-edged sword, blessing and curse, because you bless people like myself and a lot of other people.
Yeah, but I couldn't save my own mother. I mean, isn't it crazy? If you really think about what just happened, I was able to help so many people, and I'm glad I did, but I couldn't save my own mother.
Yeah, but that's interesting, because I find with myself in general in life, like, there are those dichotomies or that split where for me, I got IQ tested, top 1 percentile, okay? And I never thought of myself as smart, nor even really now. I don't think of myself as an Einstein. I'm just like a 136 IQ. It's just not, it's just decent, I guess. But, it's like, well, that same damn IQ screws me many times. Mm-hmm. In other words, it's like a double-edged sword. Mm-hmm. So maybe that's what you're talking about with your, what you're talking about as well.
Yeah.
It's like your strongest thing is also your biggest weakness,
Mm-hmm.
It's just,
very so.
Yeah. Do you think one theory that I've had, maybe we'll end after this, but one theory maybe I'll get off after this, but we could continue talking. But one theory that I've had is, if you look back at humanity, what was the structure of humans before civilization? Civilization didn't always exist. according to science, according to academia, so before humans and civilizations, humans lived in small bands, like sort of running or roaming on the savannah, like the African savannah. And, these small bands are, I don't know what they were like, I forgot the number, maybe 20 to 200, something like that. So very small. And I think what we're living in right now, civilization is an artificial, it's sort of a technology. In other words, I'm comparing it to a technology like a car. Just like a car, the pluses of a car are amazing, but the downside of having a car is people become more sedentary. And so similarly, I think civilization, the pluses of civilization are, wow, Elon's gone to Mars. And you need all these people that are like experts in a very small area, but who can F up, like you were saying, like they're experts in a really small area, but they're not polymaths like yourself who can look across and look holistically at something, and that's a big detriment to, to a lot of things, for healthy thinking, well, in COVID, it was a big detriment. So
I think I think the strength that I had dealing with the COVID era was because of my engineering background in automotive. And people would say, huh? And it's the reason is that I can visualize something, because when you're designing, you visualize things in 3D. And not only that, when you're visualizing in 3D, when you're designing stuff, you are like running kind of a simulation in your head. Would this work or would this not work? And so it's called a design failure mode analysis. So when we design systems for the car, we had to have long documentation about details of potential failure modes of a system, not just in the design and usage, but also in the manufacturing process. So I could take anything, it doesn't matter what it is, cars, houses, COVID, it doesn't matter what it is. And I can run these DFMEAs in my head. And what happens is that I'm actually picturing all the things that could go on with it. So when I said that I can see what was going on, that's what I meant. I could see how this was attaching to the receptors, how this was, and it's totally because of automotive engineering. All that CAD experience, all that CAM experience, all the design experience, all that DFMEA failure mode analysis, and it just allowed me to, and that's how I solve my problems. I just look at, okay, what is the system and where are the failure points? How can it fail? If I did this, what would happen? If I did this, what would happen? And you just run it in your head. And Einstein thought that way too. Tesla thought that way too. Tesla reduced the number of prototypes that he needed by doing design failure mode analysis in his head. Now he didn't use that term. That term's actually a Ford term, but the point is that he did simulation analysis in his head. And there's not enough people that do that. And it takes, it's not, you have to, be inculcated into that kind of culture, doing that on complex systems. And then when you do it often, then it comes natural. But most of the scientific community, MD, Ph.D., didn't matter, did not have that capability. And that was the secret sauce. The secret sauce right there that I provided was the DFMEA. Now, but the thing is I keep on going back. Malone, he isn't a DFMEA guy. McCall, he's not a DFMEA guy. Drew, he's not a DFMEA guy. Cole, he's not either. He knows how to stain slides. Take tissue out of dead bodies and stain slides. But they get the notoriety. It's amazing.
But that's how I think you're able to also analyze, the like the third world war stuff and all that too.
Oh, there's something way bigger. It's something way bigger is happening because even this conversation kind of hinted at it. There was the crisis that was happening during 9/11, and we were talking about the Bio-Patriot Act, right?
Yeah.
Right, and then the bookends and how that kind of parlays into what we went through in 2020.
Yeah.
this emergence of world conflict that's going on in the Middle East, in Europe, and in Asia. This huge push in technology, like almost a quantum leap push that Elon is tied to. And I bet that if you do Gematria on Elon, or you play around with the lettering, I bet Elon means something. I don't know what it is, but I bet there is something there. And then this messianic thing. These things are coming together. There's like we're getting like there's like a birth pain that's taking place, and we're seeing the birth pains of this. Now, what are we an alien baby? I don't know. I don't know. Is this going to be a complete abortion? I don't know. But something's happening.
Sorry. What was it? Well, I'm forgetting what I was going to say about this, but back about what I was saying about the humans. So let me just open something. Okay, there we go. So I've thought about humans. So in order for civilization, because what is civilization? I think this is just a hypothesis that I have, or a theory, but civilization is like organizing the people to build a pyramid in Egypt. That's a small example of what civilization is. So you have somebody who's really good at chipping away stones. So you have these specialties, and then you have, in one sense, you could look at humanity now within civilization as like slavery, because we're slaves, we're slaves in every way, in so many ways. And then on the other hand, you say, well, it's not necessarily slavery as in like a bad thing, but it's sort of, we need people to be organized for the greater good to build out the future, So that's my thought on.
Yeah, I mean, that's, you have to go through some sort of pain to be able to build something more positive. I think that the things that we're seeing in the world, some of these things with the climate, things with water, things with locusts, or with disease, we're literally going through like almost a series of plagues. And it's what I call the larger Egypt. We're in the larger Egypt. People are indebted. Indebtedness was the warning that Moses said not to get into, or you become slaves. Many countries are in debt. Many people are in debt. They are a slave. They are a slave to the system, if they want to admit to it or not. But most people are a slave to the system. So we're living at a global level of kind of like Egypt, and we're all kind of like slaves.
I think so.
Right? And the plagues did not happen in 10 days. The plagues happened over a 1 year period, or almost 1 year period. So we are kind of seeing plagues happening. Right? And we try to use science to try to like explain it, but you know what? I think that maybe something bigger is happening here. And we may actually be seeing us as a people, as the world, going out of the larger Egypt, the larger enslavement for mankind to be free. Now, what that means exactly?
Like a new age.
Yeah, I don't know. I mean, some people would say this is the transition to Aquarius and all this, but I don't know. It makes you wonder.
Well, there was a letter, a supposed letter between the head of the Illuminati or something. This is like 100 or 200 years ago. I don't know. Giuseppe Mazzini and Albert Pike, the head of like Freemasonry and the head of the Illuminati, supposedly here, and they're talking about these 3 world wars. Now, I don't know if this letter is legit or not, but when I see what's going on today, it just keeps building up to this 3rd World War that they talked about in the letter.
Right. Well, it could be, but they may be taking something from, I think, a better source. And we really want to go to the source document. And I think that source document is the Book of Enoch and the Book of Jubilee. If you read some of the things that are going on in the Book of Jubilee, we're in it. If you read some of the in the position, if you read some of the pages in the Zohar, especially in volume 3. It looks like we're in it. So I would look at source documents of Zohar, Book of Jubilee, and the Book of Enoch. And I think what they're doing is they're just pulling from that. So it's just like, I wouldn't even worry about what the Illuminati, what the Masons say. It doesn't mean anything. It's what those source documents of the Apocrypha are.
And that's the New Testament, the Jubilee and Enoch?
I don't think it's the New Testament. That's really the Old Testament that wasn't codified in the 5 books of Moses. There are books that were written that were kind of like that were kind of only studied by scholars, you know, in secret.
Like, is it part of the Tanakh, or is it just it's neither part of the Tanakh nor made it into?
Well, you have the 5 books.
Yeah.
And then you have a larger Tanakh that is 24 volumes.
Okay.
That's the codified. That's like the Proverbs and that's Proverbs and all this, Kings and prophets and all that. So and then you have a series of books that weren't part of that. They weren't part of that codified volume that were studied.
Yeah.
That aren't. They're more cryptic. They're really studied. Now, my understanding is that they have found piece of these books in the Dead Sea Scrolls.
Mm-hmm.
So, I would say that these individuals are probably looking at the source documents of the Jubilee. Somehow they had access to the Book of Enoch and the Book of Jubilee. And it's been translated. It was translated in Aramaic. It was translated into Greek.
Mm-hmm.
It was translated into German. So somehow, some way, and I wouldn't be surprised that Pike, because he was German, right? He probably got the German version of it.
That makes. And
so I don't really pay attention to like what the Masons are saying or the Illuminati, because the source documents are really the Tanakh and some of these other texts that are outside of the Tanakh.
Have you ever heard of a guy named Bill Cooper, Milton William Cooper or something? He predicted 9/11. It's kind of crazy.
Oh, yeah. I heard someone was telling me about this. 9/11 I think is in the Bible code, and if things that are in the Bible code were meant to be. Now, why is it? If I look at it from just an American know-it-all kind of perspective, it was a deep state kind of thing that went on. There was a stand down, and it was let to happen to get overreach for the national security state. But there are things written in the Bible code that go right to 9/11. There are things that happened during, things that happened in the crisis of 2020 that are related to 9/11.
And just the numbers 911, I don't think is an accident.
No, but it's even weirder. 45 and 47 equal 9/11.
Oh, Jesus.
Yeah.
Wait. 45
and 47 equal 9/11.
9. Oh my God.
Right, and Trump, dude, I'm gonna blow your mind here. All right, I've been saying that the crisis that we went through was a bookend to 9/11. All right,
holy shit.
Right?
Yeah.
Trump, who was one of the first people that they were talking to in New York when 9/11 happened? It was Trump. He was walking down Wall Street.
Yes.
And Trump was supposed to own the buildings. He wasn't able to close the deal, and Silverstein bought them over him.
No kidding. Are
you
serious?
Yes. He was supposed to buy the buildings. He and Silverstein were fighting each other on getting the lease.
Holy shit.
Owning the lease for 100 years or whatever it was. So Silverstein wins, and 9/11 happens, and Silverstein makes a ton of money, and Trump is. I'm telling you, 9/11 and the things that are happening today are 100% connected. 100% connected. So, and it's not, and another thing is, it's not by accident. We just finished the cycle of Pluto, full cycle of Pluto from the birth of the United States. The full cycle is 248 years. All right, we finished the full cycle. If Trump didn't lose the last election, the prior general election, he wouldn't have been the president for the 250th anniversary.
Yes, that is very strange.
So that
he's going to be the president.
Right. So he's the president launching us into a new age.
The new age, yeah.
And 9/11, when people say 9/11, it was like that was the moment in time where life changed. It was like the delineation, pre-post 9/11, right? So the same thing. This 250th anniversary is like it's a rebirth. It's a beginning of something
he's
big.
setting it up as a demarcation.
Right. Right. So it's not by accident. It's not by accident.
Well, and here's the other thing about Trump is, if you think about what's the essence of America, Trump is the essence of America. The way he presents himself is the essence of America.
Well, a little bit, because a guy in a suit and a tie, right? Flamboyant, but he's he's eating McDonald's he's eating McDonald's on his jet, and he's a billionaire but talks like a sailor. It's just like everything about him is American.
is like the perfect American. Now, but here's the interesting thing: is if you wanted to take America into a new age, you need the Pied Piper. You need the guy who people are going to follow.
Yeah.
And so, and I don't mean Pied Piper in a negative way. I just mean you're going to need a guy that people are going to follow. And who better could you ever think of than Trump to lead America into the new age? Because he grabbed the zeitgeist. He is America, and he says, and so now all his followers are going to say whatever he says, they're pretty much going to walk.
And what was really important during the revolution, there was two areas. It was Boston and New York. And New York was a major hub, right? And and George Washington was shot at during the revolution, right? And he wasn't hit. He was protected somehow. There was even stories about the redcoats having him aimed in sight, and they didn't have the nerve to shoot him.
Wow.
So the point I'm making is that there's an element, not that he's perfect, but there's an element of Washington's soul. There's an element of it, a piece of it that's in Trump. Trump's is different, but there's a Washington-esque thing about him.
Well, I don't know if you noticed, but in his first administration, he talked about Lincoln a lot. He really revered Lincoln, and he went up to the Lincoln Memorial and took some pictures. I just always felt Trump, but at the time we weren't kind of in a civil war, kind of a pre-Civil War thing, which we are now, I would say. So, and so I always wondered, what does Trump know that we don't know, maybe, or it was odd to me. I couldn't understand his thing about Lincoln. But now it's making more sense. And there's a soul root. So we all have soul roots, right? Mm-hmm. And when we get recycled, because we have to do something in this world because we somehow failed in the previous one. But the thing is that there's an element of George Washington in Trump. I also see an element of JFK. Because it was about the deep state and trying to, So there's a leadership. There's a strong leadership lion in the room kind of feel that you would have that one would have felt with Washington. There is this need to restructure this deep state that JFK had. The shooting, of JFK, same side of the head. Yeah. But you also have, nefarious forces going after JFK and Lincoln, right? So it's a rhyme. It's not completely. It doesn't map complete. It's a rhyme with these soul roots, but he was definitely protected during. There was no doubt that this. I mean,
we literally almost saw his brain on live TV splatter all over the place. Now, you know, and it would have been horrendous to see, but not only that, the overreach by government would be on a scale like 100-fold compared to 9/11. You know, so I just, yeah, there's something big happening. There's something big happening.
How about the book? I think it's called, I think it's Atlas Shrugged. No, I haven't read it. I bought it, but it's...
Yeah, I've read it and I've seen the movie.
Do you think, is there any parallels to what's going on now with Atlas Shrugged?
Well, I think that Ayn Rand was right that if you destroy the entrepreneurial soul, you know, of a country, you're gonna start spiraling into socialism. And because she was coming from Russia, you know, she was coming from the Soviet Union and the tyranny of the Soviet Union and communism, she was warning America, don't go down that road. Don't go down that road. And you really you look at cities like New York. If they're heavily weighted by socialism, they're not productive. They're not as productive as they should be. And this is exactly what Ayn Rand was saying. So I would agree that I think that because the whole concept of that, the shrug, is that if the people that are actually doing things in the economy decide to give up, then no one's holding up the world. Atlas, who's holding up the world, shrugs and decides to just let the ball fall. And you know, and the reality of the thing is that all these social programs are predicated on a certain group of people working hard. And if these people decide not to work hard, then the social programs they collapse. The whole society collapses. So Atlas Shrugged is basically a critique on why socialism doesn't work.
Yeah, and another interesting thing is to watch Trump's picks, and it's almost like I'm looking up the picks, and I say if Trump was going to go into World War III, it seems like these are the picks that he would make. I could explain why I'm saying that, but it's. I mean, imagine you had a bunch of cucks in there. I mean, it would be hard to wage a World War III. But he's putting in a lot of people that are gonna go with him, you know. And
well, I think that he's trying to learn from his previous mistake, and that was try to bring on people that might follow what he wants, but are inculcated to certain agencies in their culture. And I think the litmus test needs to be, are you going to follow the policy of restructuring the government? If not, they shouldn't be in the cabinet. That's the litmus test. Now, you know, the problem is the deep state is always going to say, well, Tulsi isn't going to be experienced enough because, you know, she was only a soldier. She never ran the big bureaucratic, system. But the thing is if you only hire from the bureaucratic system, you're going to get the deep state in your cabinet. And that's that was the problem that he had in his first administration. So he needs to find people that wants to. It's like an old house, all right, and you got old fuddy-dudds that want to keep the house, and you got and you got another group of people in the society that say we can make this house bigger, better, but we have to take it down first, all right. We have to do renovations, but the old fuddy-dudds say no, we can't do that. The new team with Trump, it's you need to restructure the government. It has not gone through a real restructuring like corporate America has in several decades. So you know what? It's time. And there's lots of waste. It's a lot of. Why is our taxpayer dollars going to wasteful administrative organizations? We shouldn't, especially when we're in debt by $36 trillion. Yeah, that's crazy. That's a taxpayer. If I remember the figure right, a taxpayer's part of the debt, the national debt, is over $200,000.
That's what I heard. Yeah,
it's crazy. I mean, And it wasn't that long ago where it was only like about 60 or 70,000.
Yeah.
You know, we can't afford it. We can't afford it. So we need someone to restructure so we can be the prosperous nation for the next 250 years.
Yeah. When you look at Trump, doesn't it, you wonder, how does this guy survive all the crap that's thrown at him? And one thought is let's say you were a part of some secret society and you you were given a mission.
I would not be surprised that he is part of, I would not be surprised that he is a Freemason.
Yeah.
He gives me impressions that he might be. He
Well,
does,
he does that hand signal.
he gives me some impressions, and same thing with Gates, Matt Gates. I think he's a
Gates,
Freemason.
interesting.
So, but the thing is I wouldn't be surprised but some of these people don't want to say that, right? But maybe he is, maybe he isn't. Maybe he knows people that are, Hamilton wasn't a Freemason, but he knew a lot of people that were, right? So you can still be a powerful guy and and not be a Freemason. It's is he? Or I don't know. I wouldn't be surprised if he is. But what protects him? What is? John Hogue says that it's because of his astrology. He's chaotic, and because he's born under chaos, they can't manage it. Whatever they try to go against him, it only makes him stronger. His Achilles heel, his weakness is no activity. If no one talks to him, there's no activity, everything's copacetic, that's his kryptonite. But if it's chaos, he thrives in chaos. He gets better in chaos. If you throw something at him and you go after him and you try to take away his money, you try to imprison him, whatever, he just gets stronger and stronger and stronger. So the only way to deal with Trump is just to let him be. And then he kind of loses his energy.
Yeah, actually, the interviews that are like milk toast, those are so boring. But the ones that the Trump we love from 2015. I remember. I mean, the Trump of 2015, 2016 was amazing.
I think being shot in the head, also, made him think about life. If you notice, his hair is a little whiter.
Yeah, I noticed that he's not. Yeah.
There's something internally is changing in him. There's a wisdom since Butler, Pennsylvania. There's a wisdom that's starting to set in. He's still bombastic, New Yorker type, but there's a wisdom that's setting in, and I think that, and it's needed because he is that mezzanine for a brighter future. When I say brighter future, I'm not saying the next 10 years. I'm talking about the next 250 years. So he's setting it in motion. And he's the right guy for it. Now, would he have been the right guy 10 years from now or even 20 years ago? No. He's the right person for the job right now. Just like Washington. Washington was the right guy at the right time.
Interesting. Yeah. And I haven't studied this, but I heard Churchill was really, it's like Churchill, they didn't like him, but he was the right guy for the right time.
Right.
That's what I heard.
Right, exactly.
But, Paul, let's do this again if we have stuff to say.
No, I'm sure we will.
Well, especially especially if the shit hits the fan.
Well, this is what I suspect is going to happen because I'm going to be doing these live streams every day.
Yeah.
All right, or try to do it, most days. And what I think what's going to happen is that when news breaks, people are going to go to these live streams and the X, and they're going to, what's Paul going to be saying? And then we're going to have more people talking on X, so there are going to be more people giving their perspective. So we're setting in motion kind of like almost a war room right before the war starts.
Well, I'm getting ready. I've got my readings. I've got 10 books here on China.
Right.
I've got...
but I think this is what's going to happen. Is that people are going to say, "Oh, okay, Paul's going live. Log in," and then it'll give people a way to express what they're feeling because some people are going to get scared, just like what I saw during COVID. People were scared.
Yeah.
You know, but other people will maybe have a different perspective. Some people may even have family members that are in the military, and they may have, you know, some information that it's like, you know, what's going on behind the scenes. You know, like I noticed that when my brother was in the military, you know, back in the 90s, you know, we knew things that were happening that weren't in the news because he would say that, you know, they're getting ready for deployment. Well, but it's not in the news. This was during the time where there was a flare-up with North Korea, but you know they weren't deployed, but they were getting ready to be deployed. You know, so you know these things happen in families. They know things before the news knows.
Well, I'm a volunteer with some government stuff, and because of that, I get access. It's not classified information, but it's called official use only.
Yeah.
And you're not supposed to share it with people, but the idea is like. And a lot of times you read this and you're like, wow, I could read the New York Times, I know more or whatever. Mm-hmm. But the point is sometimes there's little like nuggets. And also you get to do a lot of like free training through the government. Like you do a ton of like emergency management training. You do a ton of even intelligence, anti-terrorism, UAV. So I mentioned that to say, like, if you were interested in this, I could point you to some organizations you'd be able to join if you wanted to get sort of the lowest level of the government, more like a first responder-ish level.
I'm not sure if they would want DrPaulCottrell in.
Because you are. Oh, that's true. Because you are a public-facing figure.
Yeah, I don't know if that would be. I don't know if that would be a good idea. But
yeah.
But I think that we're setting up the infrastructure to be able to quickly respond to something that is going to be important to cover, and people are going to need information and sharing of information. And I think that this thing that I'm setting up here is exactly that.
Well, also the analysis that you bring, you know, the width of knowledge that you bring and the ability to analyze it. You know.
Right. And hopefully I'll have more followers than Dr. Malone.
well, I was seeing people.
You know, I just don't understand. I cannot understand how the guy was part of the biodefense.
He was actually.
He was part of the problem, but yet people will go to him and he's monetized it. Yet the person that actually was the Paul Revere of the COVID era does not have as many followers. How the hell could that happen?
Well, okay, but one thing I saw, by the way, was with X, I see people posting, like one person I saw yesterday, the day before, posted they made like 30 grand in a month, and I'm like, they had, okay.
Yeah, but you have to have a lot of followers. You have to have like hundreds of thousands of followers.
Well, yeah, I think it is some.
It's going to take a long time for me to grow the channel.
But I think you're eligible to apply now.
But I have this old-fashioned idea. You know what? I don't like the idea of giving a 340 billionaire my $9.
Yeah. That's the problem.
I mean, does he really need to get richer? Really? I mean, he could subsidize the whole country having free subscription to the premium of X, and he would still have enough to eat.
Yeah.
So I'm just old fashioned on that, and so I just never really decided to like go premium. I probably will have to, but I really don't want to.
You see, I have a blue check mark next to my name.
Yeah.
I was surprised. I was looking at it. I was like, why do I still have a blue check mark? Because I only paid for 1 month of the premium. So you could pay for it. I guess you get do the steps to get the blue check mark. And you'll see in it, it'll say like, you could sign up for the to be monetized or whatever, but then you could quit. But you could see how it works.
I see. What I was going to do is I was going to do the premium, and then I was going to upload and embed my large videos in my feed.
Wow.
And I think that would be the better way to do it. And it's just, it's the cost of doing business.
Yeah.
But I'm not really looking at it from the monetization point of view. I'm more like I just want to reach more people, because if I can reach more people, I can get information from them. Like I'm getting information from you, and I can give people information. This is bi-directional. So,
Were you,
yeah, go ahead.
during like, 2020, 2019, whatever that time period, were you, because you mentioned that certain people you could see were buying your product, were you actually getting, now I don't know if you've ever had your DMs open, but were you getting people were trying to contact you, people that are like known, and I'm not asking you who they are or anything, but you ever got like people trying to like say, hey, what do you think is going on? But these are people that were known.
I've had famous people contact me.
Oh my God.
Very famous people.
Yeah, wow, that's cool.
But, and not only that, I've had very famous people buy my products.
Yeah.
And so, the thing is, it's not that. It's about, it's about trying to explain what's going on and how to improve your health. What's going on in the news. That's, that gets a lot, people to be interested. And then I can also explain, hey, you can reverse cardiovascular disease. Hey, you can reverse diabetes. You can mitigate neurological dysfunction. You can help, your metabolism and liver health, and your gut health and all this stuff. So it's fine. A lot of people don't, really understand that their gut and their skin are related. If people have skin problems, most likely they have a gut problem.
Wow.
So there's lots of things that, that if I could reach out and help more people, we'd actually have less disease in the United States. The answer to our healthcare cost problem is that people need to get healthier.
Mm-hmm. Do you think you'll write a book at some time about, because like I know you at Harvard, you had a whole experience, you had talked about how one day maybe you'll tell the full story. And
I want to do a memoir of the COVID years. Give a little bit of background, before COVID, during COVID, what I experienced. I think it'd be an interesting book. I don't want to do a pamphlet. I don't want to do, something that is superficial. I don't want to do something super scientific either. I could write a book on the pathology of the virus too. But the thing is that I want to do something that, puts the whole thing in a human perspective, because I'll tell you, I went through a lot during those years, and and it's some of it was funny, some of it was painful, some of it there was some of it I'm proud of, and some of it I just wish that I did more.
All right, well, I'm looking forward to everything, and I will be in touch.
The question is, will Harvard Press sell it? That would be the funny part. I mean, I have a document that was showing that they were going to kick me out. And that could be like, one of the pictures that are in the book, and like when Paul was going to get kicked out of Harvard, when Paul was going to get kicked out of medical school, what was going on with being demonized by the Crimson, because they wanted to turn me into an Alex Jones, that I was just some crazy Alex Jones type, because their professors were part of the program, I was getting ready to lawyer up on that one, but the thing is that they backed off. But the thing is I just I think it would be a great story, because that story it's a very humanistic story that people could relate to, because they lived through it. And what I saw was certain people and the trials and tribulations that they had to go through during the crisis, because it's very real. It was very, very, very real on what people had to go through. Not just the patient, but also the people that were treating. It's crazy. It's crazy. But there was also, people on the take, and there were people that were, that were taking advantage of the situation. There's a big, big, big story there.
Mm-hmm.
It's just sitting down and, writing, a 400-page novel.
Well, you've written books before, so you know.
Yeah, no, but I just like, it takes, if you're gonna do it, you gotta really put the effort in, and you gotta plug away 4 pages a day. And it's, I need to do it. I definitely need to do it. I should do it. There's tons of, notes and, and stuff that I, did that I can reference, to refresh my memory of what was going on at that moment in time, and then to see on how I was evolving my thinking. I mean, these videos is really a diary of the evolution of my thought process.
Exactly.
And no one could do that. No, there's no one that covered COVID like I did. There's no one. No one.
I can't think of anyone.
No one. No, that's what I'm saying. It would be a bestseller. I know it would be a bestseller.
Wow.
But and maybe maybe RFK Jr. could write the foreword or something. I don't know.
Do you know Kennedy? He has, or I don't know if it's still up, but they had a thing nominate people for the. Nicole Shanahan, her DMs are open.
Yeah, maybe I don't know. I just I'm not a big fan of the mainstream media, because when you try to say something on mainstream, all right, I like long talk, right?
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
I did some like sub-level mainstream, but those sub-level mainstreams I don't really like so much, because it's only like 2-minute talk, and then there's a commercial, and then there's a 5-minute segment, and then there's a 4-minute segment after the commercial, and it's just you lose the flow of the talk. I don't like those kind of shows. I mean, I like long shows. I think like Joe Rogan, doing the 3-hour show is a great idea, but doing like Hannity for like 3 minutes is a waste of my time. Yeah, it could get views, but I mean, it's like, what are you really saying that is of any circumstance or anything of importance? It's hard to condense everything down into 3 minutes. It's impossible. That's why most news is just a waste.
Well, and they've talked about this election as being a podcast, or podcast election.
Yeah, yeah. The thing is like when I was being interviewed by Allan Keyes. Dr. Allan Keyes, who ran for president, right, back.
Yeah, that's pretty big. I didn't see
right,
that.
Right. I did his show twice, all right? But the thing is it's like the format of mainstream media. So there's a commercial, and it's a segment, and it's hard to put. I'm a person that's free flowing, and when I get an idea and I gotta say it, and it may take 30 minutes, And I just don't gel well with these like 2-3 minute segment type shows. I don't think that way. It's like Shakespeare. It's just I don't think that way. I don't know if you're still there. Seems like you.
No, I'm still there. Sorry, I was just washing my hands. Those shows are they're horrible.
No, they're superficial. That's the thing. They're superficial. Now, it could gain notoriety for you, for an individual, but the content is superficial. That's the reason why I think it's so important to have these kinds of shows. To go live, take a look at what they're doing, put your perspective, have a live feed of what's going on in the market, because markets evolve, because of the news, and and cover it that way. And then when something big breaks, I'm all set up for it. For people to call in and start, participate. This is almost like real Dungeons and Dragons, real role play, kind of stuff right now, and we're all characters in this big theme, of life, so.
Well, it's like, our conversation, I went into it saying, okay, maybe thinking to myself, I'll cover one thing, but we ended up covering everything I wanted to talk about for the most part. And it's like,
it's totally unstructured. But you can't be unstructured on Hannity. That's the problem. That when Tucker was on Fox, most of the coverage that he did during the crisis was subpar. Was very subpar. And anything that was somewhat of a nugget, he had that constipation look on his face. You know what I mean? That deer in the headlight constipation look?
Jesus.
But
I think I could imagine.
So
you mean like he didn't want to be entering that territory?
Well, I think that he was I think some of it was over his head, depending on the subject matter.
Oh, I see.
And I think that, there was other things that he didn't, I think that he aligned himself too much with, it's a CCPV and not a USA V.
Oh, okay.
And the reality that it was dual designed. It was dual worked on. It was dual researched.
Yeah. It's interesting you mentioned that, because the way you framed it today is kind of, I had never framed it totally that way, like I had heard you talk about, but actually that makes sense.
No,
Because why
did the platform, the first version of the platform, get released in November of 2002?
Yeah.
Because China was just getting involved in getting economic status.
They were just about to.
That we were worried, and the potentiality of weakening the CCP to be able to come in and kind of push a more democrat, multi-party structure in China. Didn't work. The reason why was because the affinity to a certain receptor wasn't strong enough. And then later they find out that they have to add some stings to it, that happen to be from another V, to make it more. I'm tiptoeing on this, but the thing is that, that's, and when Tucker wasn't willing to go down that road, I could see that he was towing the deep state line. He was towing the national security state line on this.
Yeah.
That it was only a CCP development. No, by far that's not the case. By far, it was dual developed.
It was so weird because it was like, why was FAUCI or whatever, however you say his name? Why was he so? It was so weird because if it totally did come out of, China, if it did totally come out of the Middle Kingdom, the Middle Kingdom is.
Mm.
If it was like totally them and that we wasn't from us, if it was totally them, then why was, Fauci, why was he so about shutting that down? That's why what you said today makes more sense.
Because the national security state is in bed with the NIH. It's that simple.
Yeah.
The national security state, the Defense Department, has a conduit into the NIH through the grant process to be able to develop certain things and also to be able to monetize some of the patents for those certain things that are developed. It's part of the military-industrial complex.
Well, Fauci was he's the biodefense guy for the government, I think.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
Oh, shoot. I just saw my battery's about to die. Let me plug it in. Let's see here.
Hello?
Oh, okay. Now we're good. Yeah.
Yeah, so I mean, but these are things. The bottom line is that Tucker wasn't willing to cover, that. He only wanted to tell that this was a CCP thing, not a USA thing, and that's the problem that I have with Tucker.
Paul, let me ask you a question. I know you've gone into retirement, but you have so many
semi-retirement, but yeah.
But I know you have so many qualities. What's next on the docket for you? Because you could go in so many directions.
I don't know. I'm just gonna be a leaf that's falling off the tree, and I'm just gonna be blown by the wind. And it's just a random walk. I don't know. I don't know. I really don't care.
We'll do triathlons and that sort of thing.
Wait, say it again. I can't hear you.
This might be a bad headphone. Oh.
Hello?
Oh.
Yeah.
Can you hear me now?
Yeah, I can hear you. What was the issue? What were you gonna say? Hello?
So
Yeah, you're speaking. For some
Sorry,
reason,
there's
the
an
audio isn't working.
Now it's good. Now it's good. But
What was the question that you had?
whatever the question was do you still do like triathlons and
No.
whatnot? Where I am, I saw they did one of those massive where they do a 26-mile run, a like 2-mile a 2-mile swim, and those are even more than triathlons.
I would not do triathlons or anything that's like a marathon or anything like that because of my age and because of the post-2020 crisis era. I just think that it's just, you can work out, you don't have to go that, you don't have to be super athlete or anything like that. I just think that it creates too much, even if the crisis didn't happen in 2020, just training for a triathlon is so hard on the body that you're increasing the chance of joint injury, you're creating too much inflammation in the body, and then you're actually aging faster. Yeah, I'm pretty sure that if you look at Lance Armstrong, he's the same age as I am. He might be 1 year younger. All right. Now, obviously, he did go through cancer, so I give him that. And he was a major athlete. He was more of an athlete than I'll ever be. Right. But you look at him today, he is really looking old.
He looks old.
He's really looking old, and a big part of that is because of that rigorous training that he went through. And there is a thing is that you over-inflame the body, and when you overwork out like that, you are producing more free radicals, and you're aging the body quicker. So you look at people that have the methylation, DNA methylation that is making them younger. They don't do these super workouts. They're doing a regular workout. It's intense. It's interval training. They work out for an hour. They're sweating, but they're not running for 8 hours and swimming, 2 miles and on a bike for 4 hours and stuff like that. No. They don't do that because So I am more focused on what do I need to do in terms of diet, exercise, supplementation, to be able to slow down the aging process and to be healthy. That's where I'm at in my life.
Yeah, when back a number of years ago, 10 years ago, when I was working out like say 2.5 hours a day. But what I noticed was like the coloring of my skin wasn't as good, like it was more white. I was very healthy, but I think
There is such a thing as overworking out.
Yeah.
Yeah, no. It's a big problem. So so these professional athletes, they age faster. People that run marathons all the time, they age faster. People that are marathon runners and then they get older, they get into their 60s, 70s, and they start having hip problems. But you could have hip problems before that, too. So I just it's not. I don't want to paint too broad of a brush here, but the thing is that there is such a thing as overworking out, and I think that some of these types of workouts that I had done when I was in my 20s and 30s, I just think probably aged me quicker, and maybe I would even look younger. I don't know.
Yeah. Well, it's like you burn the star. It's like the star burn. If you burn the star, you have a star that burns like medium over long term, or it burns really brightly, but it's a short term star. I don't know if that works like that. But.
Right. Greg LeMond, he was a famous cyclist for the Tour de France, pre Lance Armstrong. And Greg LeMond was saying that he had mitochondrial burnout. So you can burn out your mitochondria. What happens is that your mitochondria gets to a point where the electron transport chain isn't as efficient and can't produce the ATP, and you don't have the energy like you used to. And it can happen. It can happen. But the idea is that I think that a lot has been learned since the 80s and the 90s on how to slow down the aging process. Now, people are working out to be a professional athlete. Well, you have to. You have to do the training to be, let's say, an Olympian or whatever.
Yeah.
But the average person isn't a professional athlete. The average person works out to stay healthy and to be, look fit, right? And you can do that without being a marathon runner, right?
Yeah, and it's like I've been looking at some videos of those guys from the GWAT, from the Global War on Terror, those special forces guys. And you look at them, you're like, wow, they're so amazing, they're so fit. But now I'm watching a lot of these videos. A lot of those guys are going to have to get surgeries for carrying too much weight.
A lot of people thought that a weightlifter is really fit. A weightlifter is not fit. You ask them to walk up some stairs and they're huffing and puffing.
Yeah.
They're having problems, climbing upstairs. They usually have heart valve issues, right?
Wow.
A lot of them are taking steroids, so they're hurting their body. But even the ones that aren't taking steroids, just this heavy duty weightlifting stuff, it can hurt the body. It's not good. It's not good for it.
It doesn't seem natural. Like if you think back to the way humans evolved, what we evolved into, it's not.
It's as simple as look at what farmers were doing on the farm, lifting hay, milking cows, moving stuff, doing, farmer, deadlifts and stuff like that. When you move like a farmer, you end up being fitter. And you don't have to be a marathon runner. You don't have to be a triathlete, and you definitely don't have to be a weightlifter. And you're just doing stuff that someone would do on a farm, would get you in shape pretty fast.
Yeah. Paul, just going back to a topic that we were discussing before, I just remembered remember you had said like without, such and such, the deep state would they'd be out of a job essentially. I was in an intelligence class, and the professor, he said to us that before 9/11, they had a sign or whatever in their office that said, like, without bin Laden, we'd be out of a job. Mm-hmm. And that was before 9/11.
Mm-hmm. And so, it was a never-ending terrorist hunt for 20 years after 9/11. And then once we decided to pack up and leave Afghanistan, less than 6 months later, we're ramping up a war in Ukraine, demonizing Russia. So they, so the whole Cold War, apparatus was activated again, and they need this. They have to. They need conflict to survive.
Yeah. What do you think happens in the Pacific with Taiwan? And do you think China takes Taiwan? Does Trump let them take it? Or
I think Trump is going to follow what the naval experts are saying, and you need to build more ships. You need to, build up capability in the Pacific and protect Taiwan. I think he will protect Taiwan. I'm hoping that he protects Taiwan.
That's my feeling.
But if you really look at the detail, and I've done some videos on this, where there are bases that are moving in the northern part of the Philippines to be able to protect the southern that southern causeway, that south of Taiwan, right? Yeah. So there's naval bases there, and I think he will. I think he has an understanding that aircraft carrier groups are going to have to be built up. There's going to be I think a strong navy is in order. But what's interesting that's starting to develop is drone warfare against ships.
Drone swarms.
Even torpedoes that are launched by air to surface torpedoes to knock out some of China's ships to try to offset, because they have more ships than we do.
Or even underwater drones,
Yeah, and you're right, like underwater drones and underwater autonomous submarine type stuff. So I think there's that technology too that's being developed.
Yeah.
It's not just big ships being pumped out of the Navy Yard.
Yeah, it seems weird that we built China up, and now I think China's trying to overtake us.
Yeah, no, that's for sure. I mean, the Navy, the Naval Academy keeps on saying this is what's happening. I mean, for years they publish. There's documents they publish every year on the number of ships we have and the number of ships they have. And what class? And each class, like, you know, destroyer, submarine, aircraft carrier.
But how could America have made such a bad mistake?
Globalization,
Yeah.
being cheap, you know, thinking that, and it's the idea, part of it is globalization, you know, offshoring, manufacturing, closing down naval yards. I mean, why isn't America the largest shipbuilding country? I mean, we buy a lot of stuff. Shouldn't we ship it to the United States on United States ships? So that would mean that the naval yard, there would be more naval yards.
Yeah.
You know, shipyards. So, you know, we've lost that capability. We've shut down shipyards. And that's big manufacturing. That's a lot of welders, right?
Yeah.
That's steel. Those are big industries.
Yeah. Do you think some American politicians like Biden, et cetera, are actually literally paid off by China?
Yes.
And are like...
Yes.
Yeah.
I mean, the Hunter Biden, the laptop shows that.
I know, but it's like, how are they... but yet they haven't fully subverted America, I guess. Maybe America's just too diffuse and there's too much...
I think it's... I don't think it's as simple as, okay, pay a politician $10 million and it's the fall of America. America is too big for 10 million, payout.
Yeah.
Right? These politicians are definitely on the take, or many of them are on the take.
Yeah.
I just think it's just a weakening, a slowly weakening of the manufacturing of the United States, and that's going to strengthen China, and and with that, people that they align themselves, for that 10% gain or 20% gain in an FDI and a foreign direct investment versus something that's a little bit more at a 5% gain in the United States. So they're looking for a larger appreciation of some sort of investment. But we built up China. Globalization, Walmart built up China for us to go to war over Taiwan. So people that buy cheap goods at Walmart ended up building up the military of China.
And shitty goods too. The goods are not even that good.
Yeah. And who's complaining the most about Trump's tariff policy? Walmart.
For real?
Yes.
Oh my god.
Yes.
Oh my god.
Yes.
Did you see that Chabad Shliach got kidnapped and killed in UAE?
No.
So there was a Chabad rabbi for the audience who was in UAE. I guess he was the rabbi there, and he got kidnapped. They think by some Iranian, set up some Uzbeks. I don't know if they've figured this out, but this was some new stuff I was reading saying some Uzbeks, but they were sent by Iran to go kidnap the guy. They killed him. That's interesting.
Mm-hmm.
I bring that up to say, I'm just thinking about the different things that are going on in the world and what we'll be facing. And the document that I read, you remember the book that I mentioned about the future terrorist attack, big 9/11 in America, the second on 9/11.
Right.
That book, the same people that wrote a report on October 7th, the thing that happened in Israel. And they said that Iran was involved. And in other words, I think if that thing is true, then, and back when I was studying Brazil, dude, Iran is involved with terrorists and they have Hezbollah out in the Brazil area. They're connected with Venezuela. It's crazy. And one thing I heard, I don't know if this is true, that if they want to get Iranian people through, what they'll do is they'll go to Venezuela, which is connected to Iran. Venezuela will give them a new passport, and then they make their way in. So I bring that up to say if something bad happens, there could be a lot of sabotage, a lot of actors already in America that can cause a lot of havoc.
Right. And, we'll see. Well, that's the whole point of the whole show that I'm starting to set up here, to see if, when things do break, that we, cover it in real time. let's see what happens. I don't know.
Yeah, that'll be amazing because, kind of crowdfunding, not crowdfunding, yeah, but kind of crowdfunding or, people that are aware of certain things come on and different people are reading different news articles. And,
I want the call in through spaces to be, more robust with, more people, participating.
Yeah.
But it's going to take time because I've never really pushed spaces.
Yeah.
And now it's just gonna, I got to get the inertia that.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, you've really been more YouTube centric.
Yeah.
Or at least, like, I know I might have you subscribed on Rumble, but really I follow you on. I'm subscribed to all your YouTube channels, and that's how I follow you.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Probably even some of the old ones that were nuked.
Well, I still get notices for like the same video but multiple channels, and
Right. But I do that on purpose because
I know.
People don't get the notification. Some channels
Wow.
get the strike. Some channels don't. The moment that I get the strike, I take it down.
Wow.
But I just so it's like almost like sometimes some channels are a little canary in the coal mine to see what's going on.
Yeah.
Yeah. I'll tell you, I have had to be very creative to survive.
No, you're good. You're good at it. It's pretty interesting to watch.
But
I don't mind the multiple channels because I have a very curated feed, meaning I shut off the YouTube recommended because it's too much, I don't know what you call it, dopamine dump, and like I try not to look at the For You feed on Twitter. I do, but I do it in doses. It's just too much, the algorithm is just killing me. So I have a very curated feed of like channels I'm subscribed to, but I don't mind, multiple videos, like the same video, multiple channels, because, I have a very curated feed, so I only get what I want to see. So.
Right.
But
okay, I gotta shut it down here because I have another recording with John later tonight. John Hogue.
Excellent. Well, thank you so much, Paul. It's really a pleasure and an honor to talk with you. I've admired you from afar for so long, and it's really a pleasure. It's really a gift that I got to be able to talk with you and just put out all my thoughts there, and it's really awesome. You're an awesome person, and I can't be the only one that thinks that way. So.
Well, I appreciate it. I'm sure that others, think similarly, but I think others also don't think similarly. but
forget about the charlatans.
Yeah, well, but the thing is that the other ones that are listening, I'm going to be doing these live spaces, and I'm going to do live feeds on YouTube on 2 channels, and please, participate if you want to. By just raising your hand, going forward. But I thank you for participating. Appreciate it.
Yeah, and I'll go on mute so you can end it, close it out. Yeah.
Okay, very good. Thank you. Yeah. So I'm going to be doing a show, hopefully a recording with John tonight, and then post it tomorrow. This thing's been going on for a while. I wasn't able to cover too much of the news, but I think we had a good conversation. And the whole idea is for other people to participate, okay? This is going to be, something where people can participate, all right? It's not just me talking, but other people to be able to participate. I want that to happen in the future as we, do these shows. Before I close it out, please help support my work, okay? I offer a lot of different supplements. I can't go over all the supplements, but I'm going to go over a couple or a few of these supplements before I close it out. I have a supplement called Lichtman's, all right? This is very important to help you with your immune system. It brings down inflammation, and it also helps to soak up free radicals because it's an antioxidant. By doing this, you're going to help to boost up that immune system, and when you have a healthy immune system, obviously, you're going to be able to fight infections, pathogens, right? And also, people develop small cancer cells. And when you have a good immune system, your immune system a lot of times can eat up those cancer cells. Sometimes it can't. but you want to have a good immune system, so at least the immune system is trying to fight it. If you have a weakened immune system, you have a problem. You're going to have more infections, and chances of cancers flying underneath the radar of the immune system is going to increase. So please, go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com, and get the lignans. Also, I have magnesium and zinc. This is really important to take every day. If you're not feeling well during the cold season, take a double dose. You know, take one in the morning, another one in the evening. But take this every day, all right? And this will help to boost up your immune system. Magnesium and zinc, very important, all right? Also, olive leaf extract. This is a dual purpose product. It's a great way to start on your journey to improve your immune system and to improve your cardiovascular system. Dual purpose product. Go to my store and get the olive leaf extract. And good night formula. All right, there are a lot of people that can't sleep well because they're stressed. They're worried about work, or they're worried about their kids, or they're worried about, you know, what's going on in the world, how it's affecting them, whatever, right? It's important to get a good night's sleep. Go to my store and get the good night formula. This has tryptophan and melatonin in it. All right, this is going to make you feel like, you know, you just had your, you know, Thanksgiving meal. All right, make you sleepy. This is going to make you go into 3 cycles of REM sleep. All right, you need 3 cycles of REM sleep on an average to be able to consolidate memory, to detoxify your central nervous system, and also to have that well-restedness in the morning. This is important, not just for your central nervous system health, but also, you know what? If you have chronic sleep deprivation, you're increasing the chances of dementia, early onset dementia. You don't want that. When you're well rested regularly, you're slowing down the aging process because you're getting rid of these toxins, right? Your body detoxifies while you're in deep sleep. So please, go to my store and get the Good Night formula. It's a very high quality product. It's a great way to detoxify your body and to consolidate memory. And some of the other products that I have that are important to, you know, to take. I'm not going to talk about all of them, but digestive enzyme complex. All right. When we get older, we can't break down our foods as well. All right. Our pancreas ages. All right. So digestive enzyme complex is enzymes that will help break up carbs, you know, carbohydrates, proteins, and lipids, and reduce the stress on your pancreas. In addition, that will help for you to soak up nutrients so you have energy, right? And also, if you work out, you should be taking digestive enzyme complex to be able to fuel your body with the energy you need for recovery. So if you work out, take the digestive enzyme complex. If you're a little bit older, 45 or more, you should be taking the digestive enzyme complex to reduce the stress on your pancreas. Very important product. And it'll help you with your digestion, right? In addition, this is fibrinolytic, has bromelain in it. That means it helps to break up clots. And also the proteolytic enzymes that are in digestive enzyme complex was important to take during the 2020 crisis. Why? Because they break up glycoproteins. And we know all about proteins and spikes and stuff like that, right? So please go to my store, help support my work, help by sharing the link, subscribing to all the channels. All the links are in the description of this video and all my videos. In addition, please help grow the channel. And you can do that many different ways. Make sure that you subscribe to all my channels, 4 channels on YouTube, Brighteon, Bitchute, and Rumble, but also ask your followers, your social media to follow me, all right? There is an algorithm in YouTube that prevents me from growing my channel. I'm not the only one they're doing this to. So what happens is that I will get new followers, but then every time I post, they will take followers away from the count. And I bleed about anywhere from 5 to 10 followers every maybe 3-4 days. All right? I used to have a much bigger channel. But I've been trying to survive to be able to inform you. Now, please help support my work by getting your followers to follow me, to try to break the algorithm. All right? YouTube is trying to hurt my channel because they are trying to prevent my reach. Makes you wonder why. But I'm not the only one they are doing this to. But I have important things to say, and if you listen and you follow some of my advice, it can actually get you to go onto a healthy path. So please help support my channels by subscribing and asking your followers in social media to follow me too, and share the links. Thank you for listening. This is going to be the end of this transmission. This transmission went a little bit longer than I anticipated, but thank you for staying there and participating in the live chats and feeds and stuff. So the ones that are in spaces, thank you for listening, and I'll do this again tomorrow. Okay, and I gotta shut down these different systems here, so hold on. This gets complicated when you do these multiple streams.